Working and shit, right? Working and shit. Yeah, it's working. Oh, man. Yeah, we'll wait for people to trickle in. This thing's gonna keep popping up now. Yeah, good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, man. Jesus. Gosh, I feel like I got hit by a truck. Oh, man. Yep. DraftKings up 3.25%. Easy money right there. Look at this. And we say DraftKings. Let's get some dubs in the chat for good old DKNG. 46.5. How you doing? There you go, Deli. I mean, I know what I know, right? That's what I always say. I know what I know. And there you go. There you go. Now, every single website you use now has an issue. It's a pain in my ass. DraftKings just not stopping at all. Ooh. Direct mobile sports betting license in Missouri. In Missouri. Like revving an engine outside. I'm only trying to speak. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Told them to buy puts on USO. Do they listen? Do they listen? Alright. Flashed it back up to try to change the trade. We knew what the landscape was. Right, you could see, look, I had 60 a barrel. We're at 61 and a half now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, stocks only go up, so if you want, just buy calls on the indexes, man. Oh, man, I cannot breathe. I'm all messed up. There you go. I bought a DIA call earlier. It's basically back to cost. Look, we're still down 10 points. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at that. Okay, pumping. Got back above that trend line. Look at that. Dropping straight greens. Going right back to the line. I'm telling you, it wants to go higher. Stocks only go up. Oh, stocks only go up. Doesn't matter who's meeting, who said something. Freaking dollar could collapse. The stock market will probably still go higher. And just like that, the Dow is green. Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. The sun in the sky has a smile on his face. Oh, are you using ad block? Because we're popping up this ad to tell you you're blocking our ads. So you should pay to see no ads. Pain in my ass. I'm telling you, HG, bro, it's gonna make new highs, man. I said it in the Discord earlier. I said it. It's coming. Everything slowly going green here. Freaking whole list is green. Join the community. What, the Discord? Yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll get you in there. I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't join the Discord. I've been fucking flipping out and raging in the Discord lately. Talk about the bat. 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 Still above 3. Holding steady. My goodness, look at that. My goodness. You want to talk about maintaining value? I really don't think it gets much better than that. But bam bam but Scooby Doo bam. Oh, Dow's up 15 points. I'm so smart. I'm so smart. DraftKings still going. Silver, how you doing? I was telling him, right? I said, you guys, maybe you might want to buy some calls on gold, silver. I think you should buy puts on USO, right? I was saying that last week. Grab some shares of what? What'd you buy? Oh, you bought M-Bot? Great. Thanks, buddy. Now we gotta sell. Yeah, it wants to go high. I got on SLV. Right at the open. Kaboom! Right, frickin' Johnny come lately over here. Oh, you guys are pumped about this stock? Yeah, I'll buy it now. And frickin' kissing death over here. Unbelievable. Look at that. Say, look, bro. You're worried, bro. Just keep buying. I'm telling you, just keep buying. Hurry up and buy. Oh, man. Yeah, wow, Palantir's red. I'm stunned right now. Stunned. Intel's still in action. Still in play, in my opinion. I would be buying. But that's just my opinion. This is not financial advice. Whatever you do with this information is entirely your own prerogative. Yep. Oh, wait. Blackberry? Blackberry. Get out flat. Bro, I don't know, man. I don't know. Once again, S has, well, actually, BlackBerry's been beating earnings too as of late, but S is growing nicely. I don't know. It's hard to pick and choose. You kind of got to play the field sometimes, man. Just like when I make 11 options calls and people will wait 2 hours and then randomly buy one of them. I don't know. Can't make everybody happy. Yeah, well, if the whole world is hacking each other, then I guess we're going to need some cybersecurity, so sounds like a good play to me. I like it. I like it, the S. I can't breathe, bro. Oh my god, this kid in the Discord with his freaking Oscar stock. I can't, bro. God. I hope it explodes 30% so he can make money and sell it and never talk about it again. People like to show up late and they like to buy stocks at the highs. Then when it goes down, they're very confused. Oh, what happened here? I thought it was gonna go up. Yeah, it was going up the whole time. You didn't own it. It was going up, all right. Fucking stock was raging until you bought it, and then it fell off a freaking cliff. I'm actually making a new rule. I got no problem, like, occasionally checking symbols, but right now I'm not very sharp. I didn't get a lot of sleep. And when I start to run on empty, like what happened last week, and I was looking at QFIN that someone mentioned, and I was like, oh yeah, this looks good, and I didn't even notice that the company is based out of China. So, in the numbers, it should go to 40 or 50. But now that I see it's out of China, I have no idea what's going to happen. Stock might go out of business. Might go to zero tomorrow. I have no idea. That's why I always said, I do what I do it the way I do it specifically for a reason. And then people come in here, right, and like we see the success that we have on something like HGRAF, and right away, right, you see people pumping out all these symbols. Oh, what about ABC? What about XYZ? They might have some news come in. The stock's at 60 cents. It might go to $5. Right now, all of a sudden, everyone's throwing more crack, more random stocks into the atmosphere here. It's not how I like it. Yeah, I know who Unity is. I know. See, if you really wanted to know what I thought about Unity, you'd go back like 2 years on the channel, because I actually did 1 or 2 videos talking about Unity back in the day. I think at the time the stock was like 30s, mid 30s. I think it was like overvalued, in my opinion. And recently I saw it trending. I think it was down at like 17 or something like that. So if you were going to take a position in Unity, I guess now would be the time. Yeah, I know everyone's watching a bunch of stocks. People are curious to hear what I have to say, and I appreciate that you want my perspective. But again, like I said, like something on Friday, I was running for what, like 6-7 hours or something straight on the stream. And yeah, like I said, someone brought up QFIN. I was looking at the numbers. I typed in the Discord like, in my opinion, I like it. I think I'd be a buyer. Then all of a sudden I see the company's based out of China, so. This is why, again, I don't really mind if you guys toss out some symbols here and there, and, or like, just try to, mention a few stocks that, I could do a video on to get some views or something like that. I got no problem here and there looking at symbols with you guys, but again, like I said, there's a certain way that I do it. You see the diversification and all the different sectors that I bring to the table, and how I hit them, and how I go in and out of this sector and that sector, and playing the hedges and whatnot. So that's why I say that you have to trust the process. You have to trust the process. And again, to anyone out there who occasionally does an option trade that I may mention, I mean, if you're going to decide, 1 out of every 10, you're going to roll the dice and listen to me. I mean, again, just like with the stocks for long term, if you're going to be cherry picking my opinions, then with all due respect, I'm not very responsible then, am I? Just like we used to tell people on the phone, Mr. Smith, the time to buy the stock is now. If you call me back and tell me when to buy the stock, then we're buying it on your pricing and your timing. That means you are the broker. That means you're literally paying me a commission for doing absolutely nothing, because you're deciding when we're buying and when we're selling. Good morning, USA. Wow, 12 people on the stream. All right, team. All right, team. And again, Aura, you know, I'm not trying to beat you up. I'm just trying to slightly change everyone's mentality, you know, because just like you asked before, right? Believe it or not, because they're technically in different categories, but like you said, like, oh, would you be buying BlackBerry or would you be buying Sentinel-1? Like, I looked at both of those companies. In my opinion, they're both a buy. You know what I'm saying? So if one works out and one doesn't work out, but you picked one of the two, and you picked the one that didn't happen to work out, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. And that's why, again, if I'm saying I like this company, I like that company, you kind of gotta try to cover all bases when we speak about these companies. It's very hard to cherry pick. And just like that, all three indices are red. Red. Of course, not DraftKings, though. That is completely raging. Up over 3.5% here. Oil still down. Silver still up. Dollar seems to be kind of slowly stepping down, so indices are swinging, but we, in theory, should kind of hold our heads above water, but I guess we'll see what happens. AI set to add up to 16 trillion to S&P 500. Let's go. HG on the move. Okay, you guys were all here just moments earlier when I said stock's going to hit new highs today, right? All right. I'm glad I have witnesses. I have witnesses. Make sure to leave your name and number with my assistant. Well, we got the markets decided to U-turn and turn red. Meanwhile, HG said, hold my graphene, and it's hitting highs as we speak. You're just joining us. HG on the Canadian Stock Exchange, new highs of 333 Canadian. HGRAF can't stop, won't stop. They can try to be me. They can try to speak like me. They can try to analyze like me. They can try to humble me. But they can never be me. And once again, we are watching in real time and proving who's who in my line of work. Oh, Lord. All day, every day. All right, we got 15 viewers. We only got 5 likes on the stream. What's going on here? Let's go. Like the stream. Thumbs up. Algorithm. Like the stream. Thumbs up. Thank you. Algorithm. Al Gore. Oh, how sweet it is. Oh, man. If only there was someone who, like, you know, many months ago spoke highly about this. Oh, wait, that was me. That was me. I was that guy. Up, up. What do you think? 350? 360? What do you guys think? Who's taking the over and under on 3.5 Canadian? What do you guys think? $4? 4.50? What do you think? I love when it happens right in front of your face, too. Yeah, I agree with that. Why not? $5. Why not? Who cares? Pump it. Pump it. And I mentioned, and this is why I said new highs again, because first of all, see how we were topping out, right? So we had that tightening. So I had a feeling we were going to pop higher. Up. Here we go. Here we go. We're on the move. But you can see, look, right at 9:30 when markets open, look at the bar of volume that came out. It was like over 500,000 shares right there that traded in the first candle. So that's why, again, I was very confident that this company, the stock was going to pop higher again and make even higher highs. And you can see we're up to almost 2.5 million shares already, approaching 50% roughly of now this overinflated 30-day average volume. I'm telling you, you know, like I said, people want to cherry pick ideas. People don't see a pop. You know, a week or two after we'll speak about a stock maybe, so they don't believe, they get impatient. And granted, you know, did it take a while for the timeline and the collaborations to line up for Hydrograph, so now we're really getting a pump? Yeah, it took a while. Again, my first video was what, like April or May of last year, right? So you're talking like 15, 16 months ago. So it technically took a while to get to this point. But again, you notice the stocks that I really stay on and give attention to and consistently reiterate my bullish analysis on are the ones that usually do have this type of explosion. And it usually happens right as everyone's getting bored, they're getting impatient. People are asking, what's going on with the stock? You know, you still like it? You think it's still worth holding? And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, boom. And that's what I mean. You know, was it speculative? Did I expect everyone to go all in on this stock? No, of course not. Again, it was an OTC stock, up-and-coming stock. We knew it was a little speculative. But again, this is what separates the men from the boys. And that's why, the way I looked at it, I saw the writing on the wall. Let me get a live quote for HGRAF here. 244 on HGRAF on the OTC here. 244. Yeah, and again, I know it's hard, like, if someone like me, like, speaks about 3-4 stocks, like, it's hard to know, like, wow, this is really gonna piss me off all day, huh? It's hard to know, you know, which one's gonna work out the best, which one has a higher chance of not working out. Like, I understand the way people will look at, you know, a bunch of those stocks. If I mention like 3 names right now, that's how the average person will kind of start to break them down. But again, we speak about the overall success rate, right? So believe it or not, if I'm right, let's say 80% of the time, that's technically 4 out of 5 calls correct, right? Which of course is a great ratio. But if you think about it, there still can always be that 1 out of 5 that just might not work out. And again, that's really the problem with cherry picking. And it's unfortunate because I have seen it happen time and time again with actual clients when we were at the firm. I mean, we're talking, you know, hardworking people, like some of the nicest people out there, the people who really believed in you, that they really loved your pitch. You know, they like your presentation. They really want to give you a shot. They want to make money with you. And it's unfortunate because those will be the people, I remember I would take notice. You'd call them with a stock and they'd say like, nah, nah, nah. And then it would work out. Then you call them with another situation and they'd be like, nah, nah, you know, I really can't right now. And then it would work out. And then you call them with another situation and what happens? Now they're thinking about how they missed out on those two winners. You just went 2 for 2, right? They didn't listen to you. Oh, I'm a fool. You know, this guy's a licensed professional. I should have, you know, just gave him a shot and listened to him. All right, fine. Whatever this stock is, I'll take a position. And what happens? That's the one that doesn't work out. I've seen it time and time and time again. Just like people messaging me now in the Discord, you know, they'll, again, not to throw you under the bus, but someone took a position in VZ puts. And yeah, I did say VZ puts. And technically I'm wrong. I'll take it on the chin. I will absolutely take it on the chin. In my opinion, I thought the stock was going to break down out of that symmetrical triangle we looked at. And it had a premature break and then it popped up and now it's climbing up when I thought it was going to reject and come back down. So yeah, technically the VZ puts aren't working out. However, that same person who owns VZ puts and is currently sitting there with a red position did not buy calls on Intel, which probably would have made them several 100%, right? They didn't, as Deli said, oh, since Wednesday, DraftKings up 8%, 9%, right? So when we were speaking about DraftKings live on stream and I mentioned calls in the Discord, did they jump in the DraftKings calls as well? And that's the point I try to drive home. If you're going to miss and not trust the process, and you're going to miss out on the DraftKings calls, the Intel calls, or again, you can see even something like the Dow is now green, right? So I mentioned calls on DIA before, and even if you bought at a bad time, you're probably, you know, you're probably close to being up 10, 12, 15% even, right? That's a good base hit. That's a good base hit, like we always talk about. So that's why I say, again, you have to trust the process. And if I mention 5 option plays, you pick one, then I'm sorry, it's out of my control. If I say I like 4 stocks, you wait 2 weeks and then only buy one of them, I'm sorry. Whatever happens, happens. It's out of my control. Hey, Pipcat, how's it going, brother? Yeah. I mean, hey, I'm a natural storyteller, but yeah, Aura, that's what I mean. These were true experiences that I had speaking with clients, and again, it would always be the nicest people. And you'd open an account for someone, and you'd hang up the phone, and you'd be like, wow, that was such a great guy. You know, I can't wait to bring this guy, 2, 3 winners and knock his socks off, and, he makes money hand over fist. And unfortunately, it usually always turns out that those are the people who are very hesitant to listen. Those are the people who will kind of watch the parade go by. 2 winners, 3 winners, 5 winners, before they put some trust and some faith into you. And tale as old as time, the second they pull the trigger and say, all right, I'm in this one, that's the one that doesn't work out. Hey, LT, how we doing? Yeah, Pipcap, my apologies. Like I said, on Friday, I was like running on fumes. We were going for 6, 7 hours straight. Someone mentioned QFIN. Again, technically, I will say, in my opinion, according to the numbers, I do think it's going to come back over time. But unfortunately, I did not notice that this company is out of China. Which again, I know some of you just joined the stream late, but again, I will reiterate to you guys, if you want to occasionally mention a symbol or throw out, 1 or 2 names that you might want me to give my input in, that's fine, that's no problem. But again, I do have a certain process and there is a certain way that I do it. And something like QFIN, again, and people could bash me all they want, but if you notice, you could essentially pull up almost any Chinese stock and make the argument that it's undervalued and it should be higher, right? And strictly because it's an overseas Chinese stock, you may continue to see money flow out of it and continue to flow into the American names. But again, that's on me, honestly. I should have double checked that. But that's why I say again, you can't be a supermarket of stocks. And I don't want 1,000 people in this live stream and a bunch of 20-year-old traders like, oh, what about this OTC stock? Oh, should I buy calls on this? Oh, this company's reporting earnings. What do you think? Like, you know what I'm saying? Now all of a sudden we're looking at 200 situations instead of like 8. And if you look at 8, you're going to drastically increase your success rate. When compared to looking at 100 or 200 situations. And that's why, again, even if you guys come in the Discord, if you're not in the Discord, you can see I have a special request channel. I rarely even did videos on all the symbols that people would type. There were some people who would put 2-3 symbols a day in the special request channel. I'm not looking at all those stocks. Well, I'm glad you didn't put too much in here. Again, I like it, but if we got some bullshit happening overseas, if we're going to see currencies start swinging, if the dollar wants to go up, then the freaking, I don't even know what the hell they use in China. What is it, the yen still or whatever? That's going to go down, and then this company's in China, so the currency's going down, so the stock's going to go down. You know what I'm saying? So now it might be a massive freaking headache, but hopefully this is just a little pause. Yeah, so maybe right there. If it like breaks 29, it might be on its way down to like 26. So if you want to maybe just like keep an eye on it, and if it really starts to break like sub 30, you could just take a small haircut and just get out of the freaking thing. I can't believe I didn't see that. Yeah, come annoy me in Discord, yeah. Could always use another pain in my ass. Mind checking out WWR. Pain in my ass. You know what I mean? Westwater. 70 cent, 60 million. No existence. I don't look at stocks like this, Jesse. Stop out at 5%. Yeah. You're better off. You're better off. Like I said, slight brain fart right there. I'm glad it's not a huge loss for everybody. And it still might come back over time. I mean, I remember saying that about holy shit, what's the freaking Chinese stock? Alibaba. I remember saying that about Baba, right? We always looked at the fundamentals of Baba, and I remember saying, like, wow, this thing is, like, technically undervalued, like, it's a good buy. And you did have your little swings, like 80, it went from, like, 70, 80 and change, went back up to, like, the low hundreds, right? So you had your little swings, your little pops, but it was suppressed for a very long time. And, there might be some high-flying Chinese names out there, but with the tariffs now on China and a lot of these other countries, and the fact that Trump is trying to bring the manufacturing back, and let's employ people here in the States, let's make it here in the States. Like, that's why I kept saying, in my opinion, you kind of want to focus on American right now. Yeah, HGRAF, like we said, we were just watching it hit highs, so that's going to be on the up and up for everybody today. Dow dancing around the trend line, S&P red right now. Oh my goodness, 366 Canadian. See, I was taking the over and under bets before for 3.5. Nobody said anything, right? You could have robbed me blind. Could have had me paying you out right now. Hey, Pip, thank you, brother. Appreciate that support. Appreciate you. An HGRAF right now, live quote, 257. 257. Again, initially brought you on this channel at like 11 cents. Then we did another update at 8 cents. Then we did another update at like 11, 12 cents again. And then I think I did another update at like 15 cents. I've been all over it like white on rice, baby. Fantastic, fantastic. I'm glad again, because a lot of them are dice rolls. And, we could have very well gotten to this point in the company's timeline and, all of a sudden they made a mistake, or all of a sudden we got an issue, or whatever the frick, right? And thank goodness, as of right now, we're not dealing with any speed bumps. We don't have to go over any hurdles. We're on path on a good timeline. As you can see, we have volume coming in, right? That's what I mean. The word is out. People see the timeline. They want to buy the stock. People see the stock starting to climb up on anticipation of news coming, so they want to buy in now and own the stock before it pops. Up 74% on HGRAF in 4 days. Watched a podcast where some Canadian investor said it could be a $700 stock. Well, good for the Canadian investor. See what I mean? People come in here with that. What does that mean? What does that mean? Limitless. Limitless. That's why I said potential game changer. You understand? Like that line they had in Wolf of Wall Street. This is like getting involved in sunlight before there was sunlight, And I still say if I still say if ASTS can maintain a $20 billion market cap without doing any business, and Palantir is holding a $500 billion market cap just doing a little bit of business, then Hydrograph could have a $2.5 trillion market cap. The defense rests. I'm talking about game-changing in terms of the world and game-changing in terms of your account and your portfolio. Again, first looked at HGRAF at 8 cents, and then again, I looked at it at 11 cents, and then looked at it at 8 cents. The stock now is at $2.55. That's what I'm talking about. Potential game changer. But yes, even over time, over the years, if they really are knocking everyone's socks off with how good their pristine graphene is, and the collabs and the orders consistently keep piling in, and the revenue consistently keeps going up and up and up and up, then yeah, the sky is that we were talking about potential game-changing situation here. Bro, you still crying about SMCI? Am I going to have to hop on a flight to Germany, bro? We're going to have an issue? Look at that, look, what I say? It's over here, it's going to come over here. Come on, huh? Guys over here whining over here. This stock, huh? Can't keep a good man down. What did I tell you, huh? What did I tell you? I don't remember. This was here. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. We do one of these. And we do one of these. What did I tell you? Huh? Getting nervous, right? What are we getting nervous for? What are we getting nervous for? How's SLV looking? Damn it, Deli. How's it look? It looks fine. Everything's fine. It looked fine over here when no one wanted to hear me talk about it. It still looked good over here when it paused for a few months and came right back up. He looked good over here when I spoke about. I mentioned the wedge. It's ready to pop and hit new highs over here. And nobody wanted to talk about it. Oh, breaks my heart. I told him, Jesse, I said 29, 30, 32 an ounce. I said, listen, it's going to go up. It's a good hedge against inflation. It's a good hedge against if the markets want to sell off. You know, if I were yous, I'd consider buying some silver. I don't know. I must have said it about, I don't know, 8 dozen times. Going back the last year and a half. Like I say, you know, unfortunately, I can't do it for you guys. Can't do it for you. There's too many of you, and I don't have that many screens here to keep track of 100 different trading accounts to make everybody happy. Nothing can stop it. It's all the way up. Yeah, good call, Deli. Good call. I'm looking to deck out this room. Looking for about 50 screens. Up to 18 viewers. Up 19 viewers. How you doing? All right. Do me a favor. Like the stream. Thumbs up. Algorithm. Thank you. Thank you. Who is messaging what? Huh? Ah, people flipping out for HG. Who is that? Alra, was that you who joined? I need you to speak, buddy. I need you to speak. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. The Dow back approaching 45,000 because stocks only go up, as we know. That's why I love it, man. When in doubt, just buy some calls, man. Ride that wave. Bro, I swear, this kid with his Oscar, bro. This kid with his Oscar, I can't. Yeah, like I said, I don't remember exactly where, but we were looking at it inside the wedge. Somewhere. Saying we can see a breakup. Yeah, we were looking for like 16, 17. You see we had a big pop here. Went up to 23, almost hit 24. And of course, as it popped here and everyone missed it, that's when everyone bought it. And, how can I put this? Well, now they're fucked. And they gotta wait a couple of months. Just like Honest, right? Same thing with Honest. Let's go to Honest. Here we go. Here we go. Yo, here's the scenario. All right, this is one wedge. This was the other wedge. Okay? I'm gonna talk about this in real time, okay? And I'm gonna show you exactly why the average person loses money. Spoke about Honest in general, I don't know, sometime over here. We noticed it was in the wedge. The company revenue was growing nicely. I said, in my opinion, I like it. You know, I like it in the long term, but even in the short term, if you want to trade the wedge, you could do that, right? Stock, obviously, 2.5, pops up to 4. Slight retest, goes up to 4.5. wedges tightly again. I did a video here in this wedge at about 3.5 saying I still like honest long term. I think it's good. Here in the short term, we're wedging. We can see a pop and a breakout out of the wedge. Stock, as you see, popped out of the wedge up to 5 and then squeezed and popped above these top resistance trend lines and ran all the way to about $9. So what did people do? Well, you know, they didn't listen here, and then they didn't listen here, and then they didn't listen here, but then they bought shares here. So basically for the last 9 months, I have been hearing these cries in the Discord. And it grinds my gears. Okay? Grinds my gears. How do I reach these gates? SLV fractal. Well, excuse me. Look at you, all fancy, huh? Doing big things over there. SB almost back to 4.5. How you doing? How you doing? Slow and steady wins the race. Do they listen, Deli Bob? Nah, nobody listens. Nobody listens. HG going higher. You heard it here first. Might honestly hit 4 Canadian, honestly. I'm not even joking. Might hit 4 Canadian. Oil on the move. Nah, it still sucks. So we just hanging out. Burp. Hanging out. Burp. Oh yeah. It's coming. What'd I say? It's gonna pop up out of that. I'm telling you, man, I should do this shit for a living. Hydrograph, we hardly knew ye. The best is when people now hear about this. People now see, like, holy crap, what a call. This stock's up huge. And then, you know, just like it's tying your shoelaces. Oh, yeah, great call. What else are you watching? Like, I just have a miraculous list over here on my desk of, you know, another 20, 5-cent OTC stocks that are just going to happen to explode 2,000 or 3,000% just like Hydrograph did. Not invest only in stocks that have so much potential long term, and instead we try to diverse, even though by the numbers is not worth it. Hey, listen, like I said, everyone's going to formulate their own strategy. Everyone's going to find out what works. You know, I try to explain this type of process and my type of strategy to you, all of you, because again, this is technically the strategy to manage wealth. And again, I still say that's why in the past I've made calls and then billionaires have made the same calls shortly after. There's a reason for this. You know, just like the argument, you know, people would say to me, oh, you're making good calls with the stocks, but, you know, if I bought options instead of the shares, then I'd make even more money. It's like, hey, man, whatever works. Whatever works for you, whatever you want to do, it's your money. This is not my call. I'm just giving my opinion. The rest is up to you. You got to remember too, Al. It's all hindsight, right? It's all hindsight. I mean, if Hydrograph didn't work out and it started tanking down to 1.5 cents a share, you know, then if you didn't go all in on HGRAF and you did diversify and spread out, then you'd say, all right, that roll of the dice speculative stock didn't work out, but you know, the bulk of the portfolio is working out, so I'm still okay. So, you know, it's like they say, like hindsight is 20/20. So it's hard. It's hard to know, like, oh, instead of buying, you know, these 6 or 7 names and diversifying, I'm just gonna buy these 2 names because they're gonna go up the most. You can't know that. A Southern Sky, smash that like button, give it a drop kick. Yeah. See, the good thing is, again, in my opinion, obviously, if markets really sell off or if markets really tank and drop hard, then, as we said, pretty much every stock across the board is probably going to go down. So, even if you make a great value buy right now in whatever, some shares of some stock, you know, you may still wake up in the red if the environment dictates that movement. But I still say, again, you see the growth, you know, something like SoundHound, small, up and coming voice AI stock, right? Again, I could see the writing on the wall over the long term. I know they were going to be more and more popular, sign more and more deals, get more clients, generate more revenue over time. And that's why just simply the whole play was undervalued at $1.80, $2.30, right? 3.5, all the prices we looked at it. And the stock went up to 25 or whatever. Same thing with Honest, as we just looked at it. We had the technicals lining up in the wedge the first time at 2.5, but it was undervalued in the numbers. So whether you're trying to play the wedge or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's shares of a growing company that technically was undervalued at the time. And again, that's why I say, unless a market crash really happens, then if you invest that way, then all you have to do is wait. And you will notice that eventually the stocks will just continue to go higher. Hims and hers, same thing. You know, someone mentioned it like a little over a year ago. We saw them post their earnings. The stock popped from like 10 to like 11 something or whatever. And we were looking at the numbers and we were saying, this thing's undervalued. You know, you could buy it now at 11. And I think at the time I was saying my price target was like 2025. And then like a month or two later, they came out that they were like doing the weight loss drugs and shit. And all of a sudden, everyone started piling into hims and hers, and then before we knew it, the stock was at 40, 60, $70 a share, right? But we knew, quote unquote, we kind of knew it was undervalued at 11, 13, 15, right? So all you got to do is find the right company at the right price, accumulate shares, build a position, and then just wait. And that's why I say, like, something like Intel at 20, same thing. In my eyes, again, I don't want to say it to you guys, because technically nothing is guaranteed. And I don't want anyone to feel like they were misled, or they were lied to, bullshitted about a position. I always want you guys to understand the risks involved. But again, something like Intel at $20, unless the markets dropped and corrected 20% from this point, I could have almost guaranteed that if you bought shares of Intel at 20, even if it went down to 17 first, you were essentially guaranteed to make 20, 30% conservatively on a name like Intel, buying it at an undervalued price. Find the situation, you find a good price, a good time, you strike, and then you wait. Oh my god, people are just spamming nonsense in my Discord, bro. That's what I mean, bro. You know, this is why I hate people, man. Some people in here don't take this shit seriously. Some people only have a little bit of money, so, you know, they're just fucking around. They're biding their time. Meanwhile, now should be the time in their lives where they're absorbing as much as humanly possible. They should be following everything that we're doing, right? Marshaling their resources, building up the liquidity, and then when they and they do find the next good play, they'll be ready to go. Well, like I said, you know, these kids come in here, they go all in on some random stock at some overinflated price, and then they have no more cash, which of course is against the rules, and they put all their money in one stock, which again, of course, is against the rules, and, you know, then they just join random streams or join random discords, and they just hang out, you know, it's water cooler talk, you know? Oh, hey, did you see this stock is trending? Oh, hey, this company's posting earnings today. What do you think? It's basically the equivalent of walking up and saying, hey, some weather we're having, huh? Oh my goodness, HG is gonna go even higher. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. DraftKings still holding 3%. How you doing? It's easy though, you know, everybody can do this, right? That's what the trolls were saying last week. Bro, everybody does this, bro. Yeah, I bet they do. That's why anytime you talk to somebody and you ask them, like, oh yeah, like I seen that guy, you know, making videos and stuff, like, you paid for his course? Like, how is he? And what do they say? Oh, that guy's terrible. I asked him a question, he never got back to me. He made a couple of recommendations. I don't know, I lost money like 3 out of 4 times. I don't know, I don't listen to him anymore, whatever. And it's amazing that, like, that usually is always the response. But somehow, they're all doing what we're doing. Yeah, yields are steadily climbing, actually, if you notice. Steadily climbing now above a trend line. We can see the 10-year is up now over 0.5%. And we have our 20-year. Yep, ran right up to that, right? See, I drew this out last time when we saw the initial spike a week and a half ago. Do you guys remember? We saw the spike of the yields. And at the time, I said stocks should be pulling back over the next couple of weeks. If this is where they want to take the yields, then we're going to pop, right? They popped it up, and then they brought it down. And I said, we're going to step it. We're going to go back higher, and we're going to go back higher. Over 4.9%. Now look at that. Right at that trend line, basically. Dollar now up 1/3%. Right, we were dancing around this trend line, right, and it looked like we were starting to break and step down, and you can see we came down essentially right to the trend line, and then it started to have a really healthy bounce. Now we're above this fib here, 98.14. We can see we're at 98.155 on the DXY. Oh, I can't breathe. Oh my God, look at this. Would you look at this? I'm telling you, this stock's gonna pop up again, man. Telling you. Yeah, I don't know. Might see like 380 Canadian. Could push to that $4 psych level. I don't know. I don't know. But this is very interesting. It's a great way to start a Monday, though, I'll tell you what. Trump going after the Dem cities. Let's see what else is going on. Up, ASTS is up 4%, of course. Why not? Rocket Labs up 5%. Yeah, why not? Why not? HIMS is now sub $45. I remember when I said I would wait for a pullback of sub 40, hopefully, maybe around like the high mid 30s if you can. And people initially saw that quick little bounce right after I said that back into the 50s. And that's the first thing they tried to push in my Discord. Oh, yeah, I don't know if we're going to see that price for HIMS. We had a bounce. I don't know. Might be a buy now. Right? It's like we used to say. We used to joke about it back in the day. When someone who doesn't really know what they're talking about is trying to explain to someone else what might happen. We call that the blind leading the blind. So we got the blind leading the blind right there about HIMS. Meanwhile, it probably will inevitably hit my price point. Which again, we preach about pricing and timing on this channel. It's what separates the men from the boys. What else is trending here? STEM down 7%. Short-lived. Intel slightly 24. Yeah, I just pulled up like Yahoo Finance. I was just curious like what's trending. I got that on the other screen right now. Yep. Yep. Volare. Oh. E cantare. Oh, well. Also, yeah, I wanted to mention. Uh-oh, here we go. Um, yeah, Pipcat was out of Germany, and I remember was saying that they wouldn't let him buy the shares in his account. But then he contacted the bank, and they were able to buy shares of HGRAF for him. So, just a quick little mention out there to any viewers who might be in Europe, or I don't know, like in Australia or something, where they might give you an issue for something like this. You may be able to contact your bank directly and have them pick up shares of Hydrograph for you if you are still interested in the position and do not want to miss out, potentially. Good morning, USA. It's gonna be a wonderful day. Ooh, I have a notification on X. Ooh, somebody likes something I said. I'm so popular. I'm so popular. Boys for Tuesday. Good morning, USA. Freaking daydreaming out the window right now. Upside down today, upside down. Oh, what I miss. Is bond yields the same as coupon rate? And what is a coupon rate? Yeah, we could double check. The rate, the coupon rate is essentially it's I mean, I get it's kind of like a yield, right? But it's the rate on the bond. So if the bond has like a 6% rate, the yield is what fluctuates. The yield is the return on investment for the most part. And if you really want to look at options and shit, just let me know. We could do that separately. I remember it was in the Trump video, and they mentioned some Alaskan pipeline company, and they were saying that they might benefit the most if Trump reopened the Alaskan pipeline, And I remember typing it into TradingView, and I don't believe the company was publicly listed, but they had corporate bonds available for investors going out to, like, 2026, 2027. They had the coupon rate, right? We keep saying yield. I keep saying yield, but yeah, I guess technically the percentage rate was, I don't even remember, actually, like 7.5% or like 8.25% or something. But they were corporate bonds, and corporate bonds, that income, I believe, is taxed at the OI level, which is the ordinary income level. If you're here in the States, if you're able to do municipal bonds, at least here domestically anyway, those are tri-tax exempt. So that's why I guess it kind of depends, like, on your strategy too. If you want to look at the fluctuation of the yield rate of return, if you want to look at the coupon rate, like the interest rate on the bond itself as you buy it. I don't know. In my opinion, like I said, if you're looking for a little kind of safer income generating investment, then in my opinion you're probably better off just going with municipal bonds. That way you don't pay any taxes on that income. I mean, the bond market, like, affects, like the success of a bond auction may dictate the movement of a stock market, but I don't know. I still think, honestly, if you diversify properly and have one or two hedges in place, you may not even really need like a bond side of the portfolio. But then again, I mean, if we're talking about textbook rules and like textbook prudent financing, then technically I should say to you guys that you're supposed to be like 80% stocks and 20% bonds. I have Schwab do just fine buying HGRAF. Yes, but it also depends what country everyone is in. That's why sometimes they don't let them buy OTC stocks, or again, they wouldn't let the gentleman from Germany buy the stock, so he had to contact the bank directly. I think we are finishing up with end of the month rally. Oh, excuse me. AMD has gotten flat. Well, I mean, just ran massive. Just went on a massive run, right? So, little pause here, back to the moving averages, right? Take a couple of little steps. As long as it stays above this trend line, right? Because this was resistance up. No. Yeah, this was resistance technically. But this was, right? As you see, look, this is support going back to the bottoms in 2018, connecting to the lows in 2022. Right? And that was coming across, and you can see right as it broke that point, that's when it really started to go into free fall mode. And as soon as we regained this point, oh no, wait, I'm looking at the wrong line. Right, this line. But yeah, so if this was overall right support going back to 2018, then when we broke the support trend line, we were viewed necessarily as weak. And that's why we beat it up and the short sellers hit it for a quick trade. And now after we rebounded, and you can see, now we came right up here, had the small pause, and then popped clean right above this old previous support trend line. So now we have technically regained support and are bullish. So that's why I was saying even you could see a pullback maybe to this line, or I was even speculating down to the fib here, the high 150s, low 160s. But in my opinion, it should kind of continue to step up, and that's why I was expecting AMD to get back above 200 plus sometime soon. Sometime soon. I'll pay you to teach me how to trade on. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can run some trades together and stuff. And that's why I said, if you're in the Discord, again, I know it's hard because a lot of people have different amounts of cash. They could take on different levels of risk. So that's why people used to ask me all the time, like, oh, how come you don't mention like an expiration date you're looking at, or like a strike price you'd think would be the best? And again, we can find a good play, hypothetically, this Friday, weekly calls, let's say on Apple, right? And very close to strike price, maybe they cost $250 each. Now, for people with money, that's not an issue, right? For people with very little money who might have, $45 in cash available, that's why, again, you have to play a little bit of a different strategy. You may want to see if you can get even a little bit more time, because you're going to have to go so far out of the money for such a cheaper premium, right? So you're going to have to take a more speculative strike price in order to hopefully secure an up move before expiration so that you can flip it for a couple of bucks. It's a whole science, but again, there's, like I mentioned, calls on the Dow ETF. Like, those are holding up well. They expire this Friday. All I need is the Dow to go back up a little green, and then technically I could even sell it and make probably 10, 15, maybe even 20% profit real quick. But if we do rally into the end of the day, which we usually do because stocks only go up, and of course, if we happen to be up tomorrow and or Wednesday, then, you know what I mean? I have a pretty good chance to make a couple of bucks on those calls on the Dow. So it's a whole process. Honestly, Jesse, if you really want... Well, first of all, do you have options approval right now? That's first of all. Or are we just scratching the surface? Because if we're going to learn how they work for you and stuff like that, then obviously you still have some time. But if we did hypothetically want to run an options trade for you, you do have options. Okay. All right. Very good. Honestly, man, I still say, in my opinion, if you really wanted to, I mean, like calls on the DIA, which is the ETF that tracks the Dow, in my opinion, probably going to make you a couple of bucks. Probably even calls on QQQ, honestly, on this dip on the NASDAQ. But I still think something like Intel, I think Intel is on the up and up. So, like, now today, it's not going crazy. So, maybe like this Friday, 24 calls. Maybe next Friday, like 24 and a half calls. And then, hopefully it bounces and it starts to climb back up to like 24.60 or something and head back to 25 a share. And before you know it, that option's up, whatever, 70%, 120% or whatever. And bang, bang, just get in and out. I was able to buy it through the bank. Yeah. What do you think about the strangle option method? Buying puts and calls. Does that only work if I have a lot of money? Well, it works. You're going to need a stock that's volatile, right? So, that's funny. I don't specifically even remember precisely the definition of a strangle, but I know a straddle is to play both calls and puts. But again, regardless of how and when you want to do that, it's going to have to be a volatile stock, right? So you're going to have to, if you want to straddle, again, and I can't recall precisely what a strangle is, so I'm just going to say straddle for now. But if you did want to straddle and play both sides of the fence, you can't do it on a stock like Waste Management that doesn't really move that much, right? If you're looking to play the volatility and play both sides of the fence, that way no matter where the stock goes, you could make money and try to cancel out the other losses just in case, then you're gonna need a stock that's very volatile, that has a much higher beta, right? We spoke about this, the beta, volatility of a stock in relation to the overall volatility of the market. So if you're gonna play both sides of the fence, you want to do it on something like SMCI, in my opinion. Right? You have the potential to pop back up here above, clean above this resistance and break back up and try to double top and test this fib right here of almost 49. So you can buy like 48.5s or 49s probably for very cheap calls, right? Also, we're in this what appears to be kind of like this descending channel, right? So if we don't happen to break up and beat resistance, then we're going to reject here and we're going to come back down here to about 43. So you have about 3 points and change to the upside and to the downside on a volatile stock like SMCI. And even if you took that position right now today, obviously you're going to pay more for the calls because the stock is up, so the calls are up a little bit today. But technically, you should make money tomorrow when you wake up. But also, in my opinion, if you're sitting there cash heavy and you're looking to double that amount of cash and kind of double the portfolio value, double the account value, then in my opinion, an easy 100% return would be on shares. It would be on stock. There's no need to risk it in options to double your money. We've seen doubles and triples just in the short term with shares. So again, don't try to fly too high, too close to the sun, if you will. Straddle's buying the same strike price. Strangle would be out of the money call, out of the money put. Right, okay, right. So Straddle is buying like 47 calls, 47 puts. Strangle would be, yeah, I guess the situation I laid out, right? The 49 calls and like the 43 puts or whatever. So yeah, appreciate that, Chris. Thank you very much. Like I said, I know it, but I read that in the book like 14 years ago or something, so can't remember everything. If you did want to dabble though in options, I mean, if you want to, you could always just like straddle earnings plays and stuff, but I don't know. Sometimes it still doesn't work out. I still say, honestly, right, if we have the success rate on this channel of just a general stock, SMCI, we are very confident it's going to go back up to 60, 70, and, it's going to happen in the next 3 to 6 months. Yes, it's going to be more expensive to buy more time on those options. However, I still say, in my opinion, it's probably the easiest to buy the options as if you were buying the shares. You know what I mean? And that's why, again, something like Intel, 20, 22, 23, like if the shares are a buy at that level, then the calls are also a buy at that level. However, it's not guaranteed that the calls are a buy at that level for this Friday, right? The calls are a buy at this level in general, given some time. They will more than likely yield profits. And that again, if the stock, if you buy a call with 3 months of time and the stock pops, 2% tomorrow, will your call go up? Yes. But of course, the closer to today's date the option has, the more it's going to go up, right? So the options that'll get the biggest move will be the calls for this Friday. They're going to get the biggest bump in premium value. And it's going to slowly kind of have that trickle-down effect over the strike prices and over the expiration dates. So, that too. Like, I understand, like, rolling the dice on a weekly call, if you get it right, you can instantly make 300%. I get it. But also at the same time, if you don't have to worry and stress and feel like you're under like the weight of that hourglass as hours and days are ticking by, then yeah, you're better off just buying months of time. And again, if you're confident, if it's something like we said, like Intel 25 calls with like a couple of months of time on them, then I still say that's one of the better ways to do it as well, because just like if you were piecing in 2 shares at that position, if it goes down right away before it goes up right after you took a position, then that's good in a way, because you can add to the position and you can lower your cost basis, right? So again, right, if you buy 3-4 months worth of time on Intel, 25 calls, they bring it down to 23, they keep it stagnant for 3-4 weeks, you're continuing to build a position into the calls and continue to slowly bring down your cost basis as they're, eating away at the theta value. And then as it starts to bounce and have the rebound and climb back to 24.5, 24.80, all of a sudden now you have 2-3 times as many call options at that much of a cheaper price, and now you're up that much more. Right? Because you knew what you knew, and if you maintain conviction, and if the situation didn't change, then just like with buying shares, if we liked it up at this price, then we should love it even more down here at this price. But options are a lot more stressful. If you are going to like day trade and you really want to make fast money and be in and out, you really do have to kind of sit here and watch it like a hawk. Like every tick of every minute of every candle. Yeah, you mentioned that SMCI play, and that worked out pretty well for you. And again, I mentioned that used to be a strategy as well. You can find like today's Monday, right? So you find a company that's reporting earnings like Wednesday or Thursday after the close, and you start to buy into calls now, right? And maybe it's kind of quiet tomorrow, but then Wednesday, Thursday going into the earnings, it sees a 2, 3, maybe a 5% bump if analysts are expecting an easy beat. Right? And you essentially just rode the wave. You didn't really need anything to happen. And then right before they post earnings, that's where you can sell and secure profits. And I remember they crunched the numbers on that. And I remember if you like played the run up into earnings, I think like it was close to maybe like a 70% success rate, where like most of the time you can make some money. And if you happen to do the same strategy, but hold the earnings through, but hold the calls, but if you happen to hold the options through earnings, then your success rate was only like 14% or something like that, right? Because we know earnings are unpredictable. And even if we buy calls and we're like, no, it should be an easy beat for them. We've seen time and time again, companies come out with strong numbers, have a nice beat, top and bottom line, and we drop the stock 5-7%. Right? So technically you were right, and they posted a great quarter. That's why you bought calls, because you knew it would be a great quarter, but Wall Street decided to go down before we go up, so you get burned, and any profits you might have had right before this earnings release are now wiped out because the stock is down. I have 5K to play with for some options. All right. Well, listen, like I said, if you want to take a few small positions, start out even like $100 here, a couple $100 into these options, then like I said, if I see something, I'll say something, and yeah, take a shot, and hopefully it works out for you. Lost 50K options 2020. Made one options call this year, was Fubo. Yeah, that's why I still say, if we're talking tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars in your account, then you really shouldn't feel the need to chase these options. I know we're all kind of degenerate gamblers, and we want, that action daily, and we want to make big money. Like, I get it. But that's why we say, oh, got sirens going by. But that's why we say you're technically supposed to take a very small fraction of your account, and that's what should be used on options trading or speculative penny stocks. The rest of the money should be in brand name, growing stocks. Again, it could be a good up and coming tech name that's going to just compound and grow nicely over the years. It could be something like Coca-Cola that is going to remain stable in theory. They pay you a dividend to own it, right? So it's kind of a safe place to kind of park a chunk of change. Believe it or not, the bulk of your account should be in situations like that. But again, everyone's in a different situation. So if you're in here, if you're like 22 and you got like $1,000 in an account, but you're working hard, you got a job, if you happen to lose 1,000, you can replace it, within like a couple of weeks or a month or two, then technically you are in a situation where you can take on much more risk than a lot of other people. So that's why, again, when people ask me, like, even in general, when people ask me, oh, what's a better buy, this stock or that stock? It's like, believe it or not, I would need to know so much more about your situation before even answering the question. And also I spoke about cherry picking situations, right? If I like two stocks, you can't ask me this one or this one. I like both of them. That's it. That's the bottom line. So everyone's different, but if you have, I think you mentioned you're in a decent position, Jesse, so it sounded like you had, like some other stable investments. So yeah, if you want to take, 5K, you want to mess around with some options, we could definitely do that. And like I said, we'll try to look for like secure, high conviction trades for you. That way we don't expose you to too much risk, because the last thing, even if you could afford the risk, right? If you're saying, oh, we can put, $5,000 into some calls right now, and if we lose it, it's fine. And that's fine. But also at the same time, like, there's no need to, right? Just because you might be able to handle some of that risk, or you have a couple extra $1,000, doesn't mean we should push the envelope and you try to instantly go for broke and expose you to that risk. It's okay if we make a couple of bad calls. Like we say, nobody's ever going to go 100% in the market. But also, we don't want to make silly calls and just keep throwing it around everywhere, because then you're going to reach a point where you're kind of just making donations and you're not even seeing returns anymore. Yeah, the shares are the way to go. Yeah, because what happens is, again, like, I know I keep bringing up like Intel or DraftKings, but obviously they're the most recent trades that happen to work out. But something like DraftKings, right? Somebody like you, hypothetically, you took 1,000 of that 5,000, you put it into DraftKings calls. Now it's worth like 2,500, right? So now you started with $5,000, but now you're sitting there with like 6,500, 6,800, right? Boom. You're feeling good. You made 4-figure profit. Then what starts to happen is, oh, you guys like Fubo? I'll buy some calls on that, right? Oh, who's reporting earnings today? Oh, okay, I'll buy some calls on them, and we'll see if they beat earnings, right? All of a sudden, we made some money. So now we're just kind of tossing it around, just hoping and praying that we can just make more money on the back end. And really, what it comes down to is it's human nature, right? I mean, you can tell, because you hear very similar stories from almost every investor you speak to. And that's why they say the market is so stressful and it's so difficult, because the way we view and value money dictates the returns we're going to see. It dictates how disciplined we are. It dictates how confident we are in our analysis. Right? There's multiple steps down the line that are impacted. So it's rough. It's very rough to do. Hey, Cole Baker, how you doing, buddy? Happy Monday, Monday, Monday. Anybody here, just in case you have not, do me a favor, like the stream, thumbs up. Thank you, thank you. Algorithm. Hey, Kill, what's going on? Happy to have you. Happy Monday, happy Monday. Watching a bunch of stocks here. Up, we got SMCI curling. See what I mean? So something like this right now, Jesse, like technically in theory, see the problem is the markets might drop back down a little bit again. So I don't know if that'll cause it to retest immediately. But technically, the way we stepped up, tested the trend line, had a big break up, consolidated, didn't quite drop all the way back to first level, and now when you can see we're bouncing, and look, we have 5 green candles in a row coming off the 20-day moving average here. So what you do is 46.37, right? So you wait for here about 46 and a quarter, and then you step in. Actually, you could probably do it right now, but even right now, if you guys want, you could probably buy 47.50 calls on SMCI right now and make money. No, so you don't short it. You kind of go with the flow. You go with the flow, right? And this is the trend line, right? That we drew out. This was connecting above the tops, right? The top line of the channel is the resistance. The bottom line is the support. If it breaks support and closes below support, then it's bearish. If it climbs up above resistance and stays above resistance, now it's bullish. Right? So right now, you would want to grab technically like 47.50 calls on SMCI. Yeah, for this week. Yeah, technically. That's what I mean. Short-term trade right here following the daily pattern. And like I said, even if you want to be conservative with it, if we see it continuing up like over the next like 60, 90 minutes, and all of a sudden we're at like 46.80, again, it depends on how much money you want to make, how long you want to hold it, how much risk you want to take. Because if you get to this point and you had like 47s, you might be up like a clean, fast, like 20-25%. So that's why I say sometimes with the options, like if you really want to grow your account and make money, you have to be extremely sharp and you have to be in and out. You have to book profits. Even if it continues to run and you miss out on more profits, the goal is green and to grow the account. Yeah, and that's why too. Also, I know Jess, you mentioned you were doing a lot of charting and trying to do some TA, and you were in the crypto space. So you kind of have a background on this, which is good because stocks trade electronically now, right? So we know it's all about the patterns, the algorithms, resistance levels, and all that shit. But best piece of advice is just like we did, just like I showed you, right? We were looking at the daily. And at first glance, you were like, oh, I think I might short that. And then what did we do? We backed up to a longer time frame, and we had a different pattern and saw a different trend line, right? So when you look at a stock like that, whether you're going to trade it in the next hour or you're going to buy shares for the next 3 months, you always want to check like the daily, the short term, last couple of days, and then you want to see like the last month or so, and then like a 1-year chart. That's what I like to pull out as well. You know, kind of shows you the overall trend. And that's why, again, something like this looks messy, but technically like each channel here, see as we drop and we bounce, and then we pop and we bounce, right? So technically each like wave technically has its own top line resistance and bottom line support, right? So that's why I have so many lines, because in the past when I drew them out, you can see, right? I just went up here and I was like looking at this triangle, and then as time went on, I just extended those trend lines out, and now it's showing me like this grid work, this grid framework, right? That's showing me the levels we're going to run up to and potentially hit some resistance, or the level we're going to drop down to, where we're going to bottom out and then probably bounce to, right? So that's why I'm saying if we come down to a level like this, and then if we chill, like in theory, you would know, like now's probably the time to buy calls, because we're going to bounce back up here to this line, in and out. Like I said, it's a process, but yeah, basically went off on a massive tangent, but the main point, check out a couple of different time frames before you lock in a trade, just in case. What would be a proper position size for this? What do we... First of all, I was told I'm no good and you left. Genghis Khan, what happened? Now we're back in action. I am so confused as to what is going on right now. Yeah, I mean, all the different time frames and stuff, obviously, with more time and more experience, you know, you're going to drill it down and come up with your own formula. You know, I like to check the 6-month chart, and then I like to check the 1-week chart, you know, and then I'll make a decision. So everyone kind of develops their own strategy, but, you know, again, that the main driving point is to just not only look at, you know, one time frame. Because as we said, you know, we ran up, and, you know, someone passing by might have said, oh, should we short it? Is it going to head down? And like we said, then we backed up to the month, and then we see we're, you know, looking at a kind of opposite kind of pattern that's been taking place. So, you know, you got to kind of, like they say, you got to kind of like check the water for rocks, I guess, before you go, jumping in. So that's what I mean. You know, check out the daily, pull up a chart for like the last 3 months, see if you're seeing a different pattern forming that you thought you were seeing on the 1-day or the 5-day chart. Don't get any news. Don't get news from nobody but the source, my friend. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, no, neither did we. Because, yeah, no, I recalled your name. And I was about to say, like, I thought that guy was a member in the channel. And apparently that kid, Marley said you jumped ship on us. I don't know. I think Marley was in here just talking shit. Yeah, I got a pretty good strat. Yeah, awesome. Awesome. Yeah, Marley's in here talking that shy, right? Look, we got Genghis right here. Monday, midday, comes in, no problem. He's like, what are you talking about? My homeboy's got the Lone Star next to his name, right? He's a member of the community. Meanwhile, this kid Marley was in here like, oh, Genghis Khan left. Nobody likes you. And I took that personal. And I took that shit personally, man. See, even DraftKings, right? Something like this, like the risk could be worth the reward, you know, if markets don't really pull back, because we've been talking about DraftKings calls. So, in my opinion, the big pullback point might be like right here to the moving average before it bounces again, which, as you see, would be roughly about 45.5, which means, in my opinion, your quick scalp in and out call trade here, your like exposure to the downside is less than a 1% move on the stock, even if we retrace to the moving average. But then we have a higher probability to bounce and continue this step up pattern, making the higher highs, right? And it was on its way to 47 before this slight back up. So I'll say that again right now. In my opinion, DraftKings calls, even if you missed them. If you buy, if you start buying some 46s for this Friday, 46.50s, even 47s for this Friday. Again, the stock was roughly a full point higher than where it is right now. So even if you buy this slight couple of red candle dip here, and you buy 47s, and we go right back to this fib, you're going to make a pretty penny real quick, in and out, bang, bang. So yeah, you guys got some plays. Again, if everything's slowly ticking up and people are buying, like I said, the stocks with value that will materialize over time, then yeah, something like a DraftKings, right? It quiets down for a few minutes. Boom, you step in, you buy the calls on the dip. Yeah, so you could do a couple of plays like that. You could take a couple of bucks. You could buy some calls on DraftKings. You could buy some calls on, the hell did we look at? SMCI we looked at. And I do still like silver. I do still like silver. Again, if you wanted to do, anybody wants to do options on silver, the ETF is SLV that tracks the price of silver per ounce. And obviously that goes up and down with the price of silver. And usually those options are pretty cheap. You can play like 30, 50 cents away from the strike price. And it's like, you know, $10, $13 each. Like, usually they're very cheap because you can see some days it doesn't move that much, right? But if you see, like I say again, the overall move that could be coming, then all you got to do is buy some time. And then when you start to see, you know, 1.5%, 2% pops, that's when the options really start to accumulate some value for you. But again, it's, you know, right place, right time sometimes. Since you were a professional in the industry, I was wondering what the proper position size is to statistically remain profitable when trading. What the proper position size is to remain profitable when trading. Well, your proper position size would be dictated by your account value. So if you got like 30 grand in an account, you shouldn't have 25 of it in one position. Technically, the rule used to be you should not have, you really shouldn't put 10%, more than 10% of your account value in one position. Recently, with the growth and the stability, especially in like the big names in the tech sector over the last several years, some people have changed that and upped it to 20%. So I really wouldn't go more than that. You shouldn't have more than 20% of your account in one position, unless, as I said before, you're 26 years old, or like someone said in here on Friday, right? They, like him and the wife, they're dual income, they don't have any kids, right? So that's what I mean. Everyone's in a different financial situation. So it's very, very difficult for me to just answer just a blanket generalized question like that. Again, it comes down to how much you have in your account, how old are you, what's your annual income, what are your daily expenses. Like, I would literally need to go through all of your financials, but we'll stick with 10 to 20%. You should not do more than 10 to 20% of your account in one position. Unless you're Nick, apparently. Nick has like 98% of his portfolio in HGRAF. Yeah. Again, just don't go too heavy, because you never know, right? If there's one thing I learned in this market, you literally never know. And you can start trading options or buying random stocks, and all of a sudden, you're wrong every time, right? So you can like sell everything and say, oh, you know what? I'm just going to buy shares of Coca-Cola, and I'm not even going to think about it. And then for all you know, a massive negative headline could come out on Coca-Cola. Then all of a sudden the stock drops 10, 12% on that news. Nobody wants to touch it. It remains flat for the next 45 days, the 60, 90 days. You know what I'm saying? Literally anything can happen. Which is why, again, I say, spread yourself out, diversify a little bit, right? The VIX, silver, have some hedges in place. HGRAF raging. I'm over here teaching. You telling me HGRAF raging, bro? I thought it was at new highs. What are you telling me, bro? Looks like we're cupping, though. Looks like we're cupping. Little cup, little handle. Flying saucer. Bruh. Brah. Oh my god, who's that? Who's looking for the professor? Who needs the professor? Anybody got a question? You see me after class. It's a shame I barely got any sleep and feel terrible because it's actually very nice outside. There's like a nice breeze. It's not extremely warm. It's not humid. Yeah, yield's continuing to stay up, as you see. 10-year still basically up about 0.5%. Pretty much same thing with the 20-year. But every other time I saw them rise and said, oh, index puts, they just continue to go higher. So I don't even really know what they're putting weight on. But HGRAF is up thousands of percent, so it really doesn't matter, right? Oh, shit. Man, that name sounds familiar. Did you, like, leave a comment, or did we play CS or something last night? That name sounds familiar. Like I said, I'm sitting here working, bro. People asking me, oh, how old are you? Where do you live, bro? You don't pay me enough for that information. People are crazy. I mean, I get it. People, occasionally might want to know more about me, and that's fine. I'm happy that you do want to be my friend. But as I said, just like with the webcam, right? These kids, they set up their own little camera. It's facing them, and they're, right? You're looking at the chart, and they got their little box picture-in-picture down here, and it's like, oh, look, I'm sitting at my desk doing this live right now. It's, yeah, there's no need for the camera. There's literally no need for the camera. If you were curious about what I look like, I took a picture from a wedding years ago, and I started putting that on the thumbnail. That is legit me. That is my face. That is what I look like. Seeing me down here in a box and just seeing like the top of my head, right? Because the camera will be above me somehow, right? It's never on a good angle, you notice. So it'll be at the top of the monitor somewhere. It'll show a weird angle or something. Meanwhile, none of that is going to help us analyze the situation and make money. So who gives a shit? Two-month expiring. Mean. Yeah, you buy some time. You buy some time. Yeah. What was this? 20, 28.33. Yeah, I'd say at least, yeah, 3, 4 weeks at least. Yeah, just buy it. Yeah, whatever. If you can afford months of time, just buy it. Go ahead. Buy time. Buy time. See what I mean, Scott? This is how it begins. This is how it begins. Potential cupping and a handle. Cupping and a handle. Popping. Popping. Oh my god, people type so much in the Discord, bro. I don't even care anymore, honestly. I used to like, oh, I don't want to miss anything anyone says. You know what? Screw all ears. How about that? How about that? Oh, actually, let me see something. If we go up there, no, right there, maybe, right there. Yeah, because I'm looking, because I know it's been bullish, so, that's why I mean, that's a symmetrical triangle, but maybe like if we can get like here kind of almost a flat top, we can get a ascending triangle, although we do have the bodies lining up here. Let me see. Open. Yeah, wait, close 361. Right? And you can see, look, we go across 361. See the 361 right at the bodies, right at the top of that candle, almost just about the top of that candle. So let's see if this forms out, and this is going to be a potential ascending triangle, which is a bullish pattern to the upside. Scott, I was just teasing you, bro. You could ask everybody. I just didn't want to look at it right now and take myself off focus. But I know Joby's a popular one. I know a lot of people play it, so it's alright. It's alright. Like I said, even when I talk shit to you guys, I'm not really talking shit to you. Unless, of course, you're Molly. Molly deserves all the crap in the world. And we were lied to, apparently. We were told we lost a comrade. We lost a member. Guy comes in here Monday afternoon. He's like, well, who told you I left? What the hell are you people talking about? This is fake news. This is fake news. Coincidence? I think not. Yeah, BlackBerry, I like it. I like it. Now up 2%. I was saying like 3.5, sub 3.5, right? I was looking for a break just kind of towards the bottom of this triangle that we were watching. That's why I even said in the Discord, in my opinion, like as it breaks 3.5, like I'd be a buyer. But I don't know, man. I mean, we could potentially start curling here right away. Again, overall, in my opinion, I personally do believe there's value here in BlackBerry. You could definitely see like a 10-12% drop from this level. We could easily drop 340, 330s, right? So you'd take a 10, 12, 15% haircut real quick. But in my opinion, I do think it may be worth piecing in here and starting to build a position. Again, we're in this, look at us, going from the highs of 21 right? So we're in like a 4.5 year symmetrical triangle here, and you can see the way we're starting to tighten right here, and potentially, I hope, go pop out to the upside and not break down to the downside. But in my opinion, I do like it. And also, someone posted, what the hell they say? I didn't even read the article, but it said BlackBerry Classic is being revived with Android. A Chinese company is reviving the decade-old BlackBerry Classic with new hardware and installing Android on it for a modern experience. And that's what I mean. It falls out of the spotlight. It goes underneath the radar. No one talks about it. They want you to forget about it. They don't want you to see value. Coincidentally, I start talking about it because I have the mind of a freaking champion and I'm too damn fucking good at this shit. And now all of a sudden we get news coming out of a company that's looking to roll back and bring out old Blackberries with new OSs and shit on them. This may be the revival stage right here of this company. We may be witnessing this in real time right now. I don't know, Deli. All I know is I said I like BlackBerry. Someone posted the article about BlackBerry. So, if so facto, that makes me a genius. Show some respect. The defense rests. Didn't Molly say he was wrong in his last comment? I could care less what that kid says. He was born wrong. Trying to venture integrate? Yeah, I don't know. Blackberries are becoming ripe in my yard. Cold as it is. Again, I have no idea how credible the shit coming out of China is. I don't even know if that was a completely fabricated article. All I know is it was posted. It was about BlackBerry, and your boy was just telling you about BlackBerry. So that's a dub right there, baby. That's a dub right there. Yields actually just dropped about 0.1%. You see that now? 10-year at sub 0.4%, 20-year at 0.4%. We were at 0.5%. We were at 0.5%. Oh, baby. I didn't need no bell. DraftKings, looking for the comeback. Look for the comeback, yeah. Looking for the comeback. HGRAF live quote 252. Originally brought to you on the channel at 10 cents. Stock is now, I repeat, $2.52 currently. We are the world. We are the children. I'm actually going to change my profile. Let me see something here. Edit profile. Edit. Edit. Son of a bitch. Oh my God. What's the dollar doing? It's hanging out. you know. The high here is 6190. 6190. It looks like we're wedging. Looks like if it breaks, looks like it goes down here. USO puts could be in play. Oh, baby. Hello, baby. All right. I'm going to mute the mic. You guys talk amongst yourselves for a few minutes. Make sure to like the stream. Thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you. Algorithm. I'll be right back. Wow, I step away for a few minutes, everybody leaves. Up, and we're breaking up and out right as I come back. I like it. I love it. I want more of it. DraftKings calls. Anybody buy that dip? Anybody? Buying a dip. Yep, we buying a dip. And then we pop back up. We buy the dips. We sell the rips. Dow fighting to go green. Yields now down. Well, from the highs. I think I may have guzzled too much coffee. My tummy hurt. Yeah, see, so I was looking for some sort of ascending triangle to pop us back up, and you can see now, up, new highs. New highs. I'm not muted, am I? No, I'm not muted. Okay. Just in here talking to myself. Gap up candle technically means we should drop back down. Or we can just keep going. Close the gap, then we spike. 366, then we spike. If it closes at 366, it may form a bear hammer, though, and come right back down here. Technically did not form a bear hammer. Yeah, absolutely, Deli. Until this thing has a market cap of like $400 billion, like, you shouldn't sell. As we know, stocks only go up, money isn't real, and anything that's catching the public's eye is worth $500 billion, apparently. So, just hang on. Hanging on. You see the gap fill? See the gap fill? We went right back down. Oh, I love it. Discord is blinking. People don't shut up. I sold this stock here. I should have held this stock. Like, I can't, bro. I can't. That's what I mean. People talking about the wrong things, bro. People should have said, like, yeah, I just bought those DraftKings calls on that dip, you know? It's looking good. I don't know what these people are doing. I don't know. Can't save them all. HG, new highs on the Canadian, 371 just a moment ago. HGRAF, live quote, 266 right now. 266. 268. Don't let him influence you, Deli. I know what kind of man you are. Up to 26 likes. All right. Dow is now green. We are apparently at the White House right now. Zelensky. I don't know. I don't know. What's crazy is I bought shares so late that I added a tiny amount more shares like last week, and I'm up over 100%. Insane. Insane. And I missed out. Man, I missed out. Like I said, we spoke about it for a while. You guys, if anyone wanted to own this, you all should have had a position a while back. You all should have had cost bases of like 12 cents, 15 cents a share. Some people listen and are up big. Other people don't listen. Government is talking about 10% stake in Intel. Yeah, I know. We had that news. We had that news last week. We saw that live on the stream. I did a quick little long form video, also talking about it, putting it out on the channel in case people missed the live stream. But yeah, Intel, absolutely, absolutely beautiful. I mean, of course, there are other great catalysts that could have came out that would have made it look good, but that is huge. That is huge. If we're truly talking about taking a stake in Intel and, as I said, like bringing them back up to speed, not letting them lag behind, having them start pumping out our American tech, I'm telling you, it's huge. That is huge. And again, it's just the ideas being floated that cements the value, right? That's what I kept trying to tell you guys. When Intel was down at 18, 19, 21 a share, I kept saying there's value here. And then what happened? We got the rumor floated about Qualcomm purchasing the foundry division. And it was a rumor, but the stock jumped up to like 26 or something right on that news, right? And then it was hanging out. It was moving up with the markets the other day. It was at like 23. Then all of a sudden, huge volume comes in. U.S. government might take a stake in Intel. Boom. Now all of a sudden, it's back in play. It's at 25. So those were two potential big news rumors floated that both instantly popped the stock back up like 20, 25% and change. That's why I say there's value there. Oh, they're discussing it today. Okay. So yeah, obviously, if, like I said, if we find out that they're going to give them a boost, and just like what we saw in 2008, 2009, where the government would then get maybe some sort of preferred shares in Intel, and collect whatever 6.5% dividend or whatever from those shares over the next couple of years. I kept saying it. I kept saying there's value there. There's value there. Hydrograph, new highs just a few moments ago. Coming down, testing our moving average here. Oh, I'm too good at this shit, man. I really am too good at this shit. And like I said, could the occasional investor trader find a random OTC stock and have it explode in value? Absolutely. That's why a lot of people actually swing trade a lot of OTC stocks. But ours happened, believe it or not, this is organic growth. This is organic hype that you're seeing. And remember, I was able to bring this return to this entire community, right? Mentioned it over a year ago. And I wasn't even involved. And technically, nothing even really happened yet. Oh, too damn good. Okay, is Intel up? Coming back a little bit. Oh my goodness. Well, first of all, I want to say it was like here somewhere. that I mentioned, Intel calls. And of course you can see the spike up to almost $25. Now we're pulling back a little bit. You know, it might bounce around until we get confirmation, of course. But yeah, even something like that. You know, if you bought them over here, and hypothetically, you know, you bought them for whatever, 40, and you put in a sell price of like 65, like it might have filled right there on that spike. But I do still like Intel, in my opinion. I do still like it. Oh, Tesla green. When in doubt, buy Tesla. When in doubt, buy the Tess. Now all of a sudden we're dropping now, right? We start a meeting, now everything's dropping. Okay, thanks. Thanks for coming. Thanks for showing up to the meeting, everybody. Hydrograph still up. Over the weekend, I saw Hydrograph mentioned in Reddit, Penny Stocks Forum, in 2 different posts. So a lot of FOMO coming, and you will see the stock fluctuating a lot for a few months. Johnny come latelys. The FOMO is real. Like I said, you should thank them. Going to $4. You should thank these Johnny come latelys. Good old Johnny. See, we tried to bring it down and flatten it out, but you know what they say. Can't keep a good man down. Man, dollar hasn't really moved much. Actually, it looks like we're bottoming out. Could be forming a descending triangle, potentially ready to drop again. And in theory, dollar goes down, stocks go up. However, I feel like the last week or so, the indices have actually been moving kind of with the dollar almost. So yields slowly coming down. We were at like right around 0.5%. Now we're down sub 0.3%. So yields coming down, dollar coming down. Everybody's in a meeting. Everybody be quiet. We're in a meeting. Yeah, we're just gonna watch Hydrograph. Yep. Yep. Bum, 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 bada, bum, bum, bum. We want the funk. Gotta have that funk. We need funk. Imagine you hear some crazy headline right now. Like frickin', oh, this just in, 3M Corporation is considering absorbing Hydrograph. Imagine you hear some shit like that. Frickin' stock explodes to like $38 a share or some crazy shit. Now that would be a return on an investment. You know what I'm saying? Imagine something like that happen. That'd be wild. See how Soundhound's doing. Mm-hmm. Oh, there goes the keyboard. Yeah, we were on the up and up. Pulled right back down. What happens at 38 a share, Deli? Tell us. Tell us what happens. This guy's going to be worth more than frickin' Buffett if this thing goes to 38 a share, probably. Soundhound, very flat. Very flat. Intel go down. Well, actually, Intel go up. Then Intel go down. Now Intel go up. Let's see. Do I have any money? Should I play? Intel? Could I buy a call on Intel? Let me see. Let me see. Oh, hey, yo. God, see, I opened this Fidelity account, bro. This site is slow as shit right now. What is happening? Spoke about SoFi, huge winner. Nobody trusted it at new lows of $6. I said load the boat. Stock ran to $24. Big winner for us on this channel, SoFi. SoFi. Alright, let me see if I can buy a call this Friday. Where is this stock? 23. So what about like a 24? I can't even afford that. I don't have any gauge. I don't have any gauge. Let's put the frickin' order in for crying out loud. Fast money my ass. I know, here we go. It's not gonna fill me. Watch, it's not gonna fill me. Watch this bullshit. Watch this bullshit happen in real time. There we go. There we go. There we go. Give me a couple more cents. Couple more cents. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Give me a break. There it is. Oh my god, I'm not filled. Somebody, please. Oh, we got filled. We got filled. I have tiny cash. We have filled. Intel call. We have bought an Intel call. Intel calls, ladies and gentlemen. In my opinion, Intel calls. Who was the other person in here? Jesse. Where's Jesse? Jesse, buy those calls, brother. Get you some of them calls, brother. Ten-year yield now down less than 0.2%. Up, Intel calls up already. Up, Intel calls. What strike price did I buy? I had to buy 26s because I had like $19. Right? But any normal person could just buy much closer and make even more money than I may make. Here we go, 23.50 already. There you go. It's up 1%. It's up one. Up. Here we go. Here we go. We know what we know. People want to overanalyze. They want to double guess. They want to triple check. And just like that, we're going back to 24. How you doing? Markets dropping. Dropping. Intel leaps. Woo! Woo! Yeah, like I said, whether you're buying like a couple weeks of time, or like you said, you're buying like a leap, I just think, again, you just give it a little bit of time. And now supposedly we got this news circulating, right? So we can hear like hopefully we can get like a confirmed update this week. But yeah, even if you're buying leaps, you know, if you went out to like 28 or like $30 strike price or whatever, like you're probably gonna make out pretty well, in my opinion. Pretty well. As you see, just them, you know, in the meeting, popped it back up to 25. That's what I mean. So if we're like, yeah, they're taking a 10% stake, like, boom. That's why I said, what, 32, 33 we were looking at last week or whatever. That should be a layup. Should be a layup. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Shilava. Shilava. Yeah, almost looks like a big wedge forming. Right? And then in like 30 minutes, the White House is gonna be like, blah, 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 and then boom. I mean, that's what it looks like it wants to do, but we know anything can happen. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, we just hit new highs again? God damn. You can't even breathe around this stock, man. Get up and go to the bathroom, new highs. Go into the kitchen to get a snack, new highs. Oh, hold on. It's hot in here. I gotta open the window. New highs. Ooh, I got a notification on X. I'm so popular. What happened? Oh, my buddy Lucio. Ah, you're liking the meme, huh? Yeah, we like the memes on this channel. Yeah, we had a couple of people in the Discord make up some memes here. Hey, phone's ringing. The phone is ringing. In the money, 20 call out 10 months. Oh my goodness. You're a madman. You, my friend, are a madman. Bada bing, bada bang. Bada bing. Bum, bum. Hydrograph. Bada bum bum bum. Bada bum 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 bum. Bam, bada bum bam. Bada bing 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 bing. Bing 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 bing. Hoover. Hoover. Okay, I get nice and tight. Nice and tight. What the dip for DraftKings calls? What? What? DraftKings. Yeah, look for a little market bounce here. Boom. That'll bring you right back up. Boom. Boom. You should be good to go. Feel bad. I got someone in the Discord who's been buying Verizon puts. And as you see, the stock has had other plans. I still say, though, technically premature breakout, it really should drop back down in here. It really should. That's just my opinion. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, man. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Look at that. Almost hit 2370. Little bounce. HGRAF live quote 263. Oh, baby. We're buying the Intel. We're buying the Hydrograph. We're buying the DraftKings. What about SMCI? Anyone do SMCI? What happened to Jesse, man? I thought Jesse was ready to go. Guy's over here taking a siesta. Oh, we just readjusted. And see, it's not too wild. You can see the VIX just hanging out. Just hanging out. I don't know. I feel like some announcement is coming. Something's happening. Every time this guy Zelensky shows up, something happens. He asks for $300 billion. Shows up in a sweatsuit asking for $300 billion. What? What is this stock? What? Oh my goodness. Just the name alone, I'm upset. Well, what was the other fucking... Oh my goodness, look at this. Would you look at this? No, what's the other freaking magnet stock, bro, that's climbing now? Buy that one. Freaking, what is it? USAR, I think? It's in Nevada. What'd that say? They recycle batteries? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. Shit like this, it's like, it sounds great in theory, you know, and then like a year from now, you're gonna find out that like it costs, you know, $2 to recycle $1 worth of a lithium battery, and it's not worth it, and we gotta rethink our inks, and, you know, then they're gonna say they're freaking mining Bitcoin now or some random shit. I have no idea, honestly. What was the other one though? USAR, I think, right? Rare earth. Rare earth. We got the earth. Recently popped out of the triangle. May come down there to about 15. If you're lucky, it goes to 14.5. 1.5 billion market cap. But see, like, they signed a deal and shit. You know, everyone's kind of bullish. Domestic supply, magnets, like, you know, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not trying to bash some of the stocks you guys are looking at, but that ABAT, I mean, you know, if you got money to throw around into shit like that, then y'all should just be listening to some of my options recommendations and shit. You got money like that to throw at shit like that. Come on. Come on. USO puts, in my opinion. But they could say something. Who knows? Who knows what could be said at the White House? Who knows? HGRAF 266. Uh, bum, ba-dum, bum. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Oh, the Dow is spiking. Let's go. Grab your index calls. Let's get it. We want puts on oil. We want calls on the index. That's the SPY, the QQQ, the DIA. silver is now red. Boy, oh boy. Oh, dollar just gapped down. Uh-uh. 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 All right, Jesse, my man. Appreciate you, brother. Like I said, whenever you have time, yeah, just pop in here and we'll discuss some things for you. Time to get back to work. Right? We have to do, we do what we have to do so we can do what we want to do. Looks like the Dow and the S&P fighting to go back green right now. Check back on our intel. Yeah, I'm just kind of hanging out. Like I said, that's all you need is like, oh yeah, we're taking a stake. Boom! Boom! Like I said, look, we got to back up further than a year. Right? Instantly right there to 29, in my opinion. Bang, you got a gap fill right there at 34. We gap down to 32, right? So you got 29, 32, 34. And I'm telling you, that's where it's going. That's where it's going. If the government obviously steps in and takes a stake, then it will happen much sooner rather than later. But in general, we were kind of, well, I was speculating about the turnaround story, bringing it back to America, right? There's a brand name company for decades in the tech space, so almost similar to what happened with Rolls-Royce, right? Beat the crap out of the stock. They were up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. Then they did some restructuring, turned it around. All of a sudden, contracts started flowing in. All of a sudden, they're beating earnings again. All of a sudden, the stock's now $15. SB back to 6-month highs. Appreciate the update. SB. SB. Bang, look at that. 9-month highs. Right, and that's why, again, they keep it down, they make it, oh, excuse me, hold on, wet my whistle, but yeah, we speak about it, right, in my opinion, look good in the numbers. We were looking at this, again, we looked at this at multiple different price points, but the assets they have, the way they're refitting their vessels, what they're projecting over the next 1, 2, 3 years. Revenue still staying steady. Again, we have a really good track record here. Also, last time we looked, the book value was what, like $7.25 a share. Stock's been hanging out at $3, $4, right? So this is what I mean. They lull it for a while. Look how long it took. Look how long it took to drop down and curl back to where it was, right? But now it's, again, above top line resistance here. And that's what I mean. Now we're going to like do something like this. Like right back to 5+. Oh my goodness. You remember back here? People were like, nah, I don't see how you're bullish on it, bro. I think new 52-week lows continue. I think it keeps dropping. People were saying 5. People were saying 4. What was I saying? I said if I liked it here at 7, I absolutely love it down here at 6. I'd be buying like an animal. Skadoosh! Skadoosh! Pause. Skadoosh! So yeah, we go up to that trend line. We're looking at about like 26-ish, kinda. Just beat earnings again. Freaking animals. Market cap is pretty high though. That's what I mean. We pump these stocks and we just take them to the moon, and now, like, we're kind of starting to get a little overextended here. But hey, if stocks only go up, then everything's a buy. Buy everything. DraftKings down for the count. Oh my goodness. Oh, I have to sneeze. Oh, jeez. Oh yeah. Popeye the Sailor Man. Popeye the Sailor Man. Oh, we're doing it again. We're doing it again. Bro. 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 We're doing it again. Telling you, bro. 4 Canadian, bro. 4 Canadian might be coming. Telling you, bro. Might get us to about $3 on HGRAF. American. Nothing can stop us. We're all the way up. Was under range, spiked it right back into apex. I still say puts. I still say puts. Even if they spike it back up again another 10, 12 cents and gap fill, I still say puts. It really should be rejecting. It really should be rejecting. Because this meeting wouldn't have given value to oil, in my opinion. And if people are buying into whatever could potentially come out of this meeting, then this at the open wouldn't have been here. It would have been here at the open. We would have barely been red, hung out, and then everyone would have piled into oil. It's not that. It even looks like it's bull flagging too, and it's ready to pop higher. It really shouldn't. It really shouldn't. USO puts are the play here, in my opinion. Those are inside out today. I don't know what's going on. Oh. My goodness. Mm-hmm. Excuse me. I mean, I don't know if we're gonna start to rebound or if we had a drop with a flag and then a boom is coming. I don't know. I don't know. I still say though, again, this Intel's they kind of lag behind and whatnot. Increased competition. TSM right has a big market share, but I still say it almost reminds me of again like 2008 2009 when everything tanked and we had a company like Ford down at $1 a share and right they stepped in at the 25th hour and saved the day, and the next thing you know, the stock climbs from $1 back up to like 16 or wherever the heck it was, 12 or something. I don't remember. But similar situation. Similar situation here. Pooh Bear, we need the Pooh Bear. In other news, did anyone watch the UFC pay-per-view the other night? And did we see Hamzat absolutely manhandle the champion? Wild. Wild fights. Oh, baby. Hello, baby. Some bitch. You some bitch. These are the breaks. Silva holding 38. Fighting. 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 Hydrograph. I don't know. Intel. I don't know. I got a feeling. I don't know. I don't know. I can't breathe. I love it. I can't breathe. I love it. Oh, wait. I have to sneeze again. There it is. Oh, yeah. Changing weather. Might be coming down with a cold, believe it or not. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if my body can fight the germs. Dow and S&P fighting. Yeah, there's no reason why the shares should slip on this report. I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on right now. Go back to HG. Right. Sorry, quick couple minute break. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back in action, right? I'm unmuted. Alright, yep, I'm unmuted, alright. Yeah. Keeping them down. It's gotta bounce. It's gotta. It's just gotta. I had a feeling some bullshit like that was gonna happen. It technically broke the line under the moving average. Should have had a pullback. Instead, we had a random spike up 1% from this level. What a freaking waste, man. That's why options suck, too. Because even if you end up correct, like a situation like this, it's like, oh, whatever, you paid $60 for the put, and then all of a sudden it was worth like 46, and it's like, ah, shit, I could have bought so many more for so less, blah, blah, blah. It's very tedious, options trading, very tedious. S&P and the Dow. I was going to say, that looks like it's setting up the high top. That's ready to pop up. Yep. Dow down less than 10 points now. NASDAQ less than 30 points now. See how the dollar's doing. Still not much movement. Intel reversal looking good. Looking good, Billy Ray. What'd I say, huh? What did I say? Even conservatively, even without an announcement, that's what I mean. You get in on a dip, you ride the wave, now it's back at 24, and whatever. You know, if you don't want to risk it, you want to secure those profits, whatever, 20%, 30%, bang, bang. We're in, we're out, bang, bang. And of course, as some people mentioned, they bought shares. Other people said they bought leap calls. So this is playable in both the short and the long term right now. DraftKings continuing to slip. Oh, baby. Baby. Yeah, I'm live. I'm unmuted. Why we got people saying they don't see me stream? What goes on here? Oh, man. Here we go into. Oh, yeah. The Dow fighting. S&P down 1.25 points. Dow down 3 points. Dow green. Dow is green. Stocks only go up. La-dee-da-dee-da. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. What about Arco? Remember Arco? Let me see. Check out some of that ARCA right near the trend line. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. See, we beat earnings. Boom. Big spike up. Little consolidation. Back down into range right near apex. You can see the apex is like to next Wednesday or something technically, but we should have. I mean, in my opinion, it really should pop up. It really shouldn't break down. They've been beating this thing up for over a year and a half now. It's time to reverse course. And without even paying attention. Oh! Without even paying attention, the Dow is now up over 30 points. Oh my goodness. Big green candles across the board here on the S&P, the Nasdaq, and the Dow, respectively. And the dollar dropped. And we're seeing a spike up in stocks. Silver now back in action. Couple of nice green candles back to back. Climbing on the up and up now. Back up over 0.1%. Was actually slightly red before. I'm telling, it looks like we should be breaking down on oil. I'm telling you, USO puts. Telling you. Don't make a liar out of me. Don't you do it. HGRAF live quote 265. 265. Oh, here we go again. Oh shit, here we go again. Bro, every little thing, this Discord thing blinks. I can't stand it anymore. See what's going on in the old Yahoo Finance. Ye old Yahoo. Up, ASTS still up, of course. Why not? Rocket Lab still up? Yeah. But they brought DraftKings down, right? Come on. Hey. Hey, Joey Bag of Donuts, there he is. Intel calls, baby. Intel in play. Intel calls, SPY calls, DIA calls, DraftKings calls. Oil staying up for no reason. Literally for no reason. Hydrograph, changing lives. First brought to you by yours truly. Yeah, baby. I like it. What time is it? 1:30. Oh my god, I'm ready for bed. Ready for bed. It's only 1:30. Okay. We go up. And then we go down. I should probably turn on CNBC, but I hate that channel. Yeah. I mean, it's up huge and it could drop huge for any reason, but I still say it's just getting started. Yep. Hey, DraftKings. Hey, a little bump, little bumpy, a little bumpy. I can't believe they're keeping this up right now. Can't believe it. Intel, where did we just go? 2391. fighting for 24. We are fighting for 24. I love buying a call on the Dow and watching it go red again. It's not fair. Oh man, I don't know. Should we watch HGRAF? Should we watch Intel? I don't know. I don't know. Check the volume on this one. Yep. We're over 5 1/3 million shares traded hands already. Average volume's up to 5.6 million, so we're gonna eclipse that probably by about 1 million shares, I'd say, in the next 2+ hours before the close. That's a HG on the Canadian. Let's check our OTC stock. Look, average volume on our OTC stock here in the States, 4 1/3 million shares. Volume today, 5.18. This is also delayed, so 5.2 million at least. So we're above average volume here on the OTC stock, and we're approaching it on the Canadian listed stock. So that's what I mean. We're still in play here. Word is still spreading. People are still taking positions on these little dips like we spoke about. People are very upset, and it could get very volatile because we ran up so much, but I think everyone's pretty excited about this one. Oh, oh. Ba, ba, ba. Hey, hearts in the chat. Hey, I'm like laying back here. Got the mic in my hands. Got the alarm clock going off right now for some reason. What the hell is going on? Got a freaking poltergeist in here. Yeah. Shit. Shit in the shingle. La da da dee da 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 da. La da da dee da 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 da. If you are just joining us, like the stream, please. Thumbs up. Thank you, thank you. Algorithm. Gap down candle means we should go up. Hey, 25 in and out. Hey, that's how we do it. Base hit, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Yeah, that's cool. I understand. And also, if we don't happen to get an update, they might drop it below that trend line. So, yeah, like we said, you get in, you see some green. If you want to lock it in, be safe, secure those profits. No one ever went broke taking profits. Good flip in and out, Deli Bob, showing them how it's done. That's what I'm talking about. Hydrograph free falling. Let's check Intel actually. Let's see how that's holding up. Oh yeah, came down a little bit. Yeah, might try to bounce here, yeah. I don't know. Try reloading potentially. Try to reload the page. Yeah, it's showing me the preview in the top left. It's showing my screen. Don't drop that ding ding. Hey, don't drop that ding ding. Yes. Yeah. No, we need the trilat. We need the trilateral peace agreement. Son of a bitch. Seeing some tightening here. So what does that mean? At 2 o'clock, we could potentially see a pop or a drop. We might get some news headlines coming out of this meeting. And that may cause us to start moving. Whoops. This guy's flirting with people in the frickin' Discord. What is happening? What is happening? Oh, right back down to trend line. Perfectly. Let's see what we do here. Very light volume. Pulled back on very light volume. Having a bounce here. Let's go. Boom. Shoot right back up. Come on. Show me potato salad. Yep. Yeah, sometimes it glitches out. That's why I said maybe just refresh the page. Yeah, shut it down, come back in. La, 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 la. La, da, dee, la, la, la. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. Hydrograph. Strong like a bull. Yep. Bada bing, bada boom, boom. Oh, we're below the trend line. Nope, back above. Oh, I am feeling groggy today. Below the trend line. Here we go. Now we're moving. Let's see what we want to do here. Let's see. Oh, shit. I guess that's why you can't keep a microphone on your lap. Alright, Deli, thanks for hanging out. Good trade, brother. Have a good day. Talk to you later. Yep, got about 2 hours to go. Not much volume on this sell-off. Yep. Intel calls. I like them. I like them. Yeah, looking strong, bouncing off the fib. Yeah, might start stepping. Oh, what'd you say? You bought like 24s or something, man? What'd you buy? What'd you buy? Da, 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 dee, da, 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 da. Up 9% on the 23.5 call. Hey. Hey. Oh, let's go. Oh, let's go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. These people do not shut up. Oh, come on, show me some. Just take the stake so everyone can make 500%, huh? Playing games over here. Sitting here watching the yield go back up now. What is happening? HGRAF live quote 238. 238. Had a big little rejection recently. Hey, Pipcat, bag in action. DraftKings just hanging out. What do you say, Intel? What do you say? Tell me. Intel, bum 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 bum. Hydrograph, wouch. Oh, down goes Frazier. And down goes Frazier. Yep. Might actually be ready to bounce here any second. Yep. What goes up must come down. If you are just joining us, like the stream, thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you. Possibly wedging, so it might drop actually, but looks like it's stepping higher. Bada bing, bada bada boom. If you are just joining us, please like the stream. Thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you. Algorithm. I've seen better days. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, we're popping. Yep. Yep. Intel looks like it's forming an ascending triangle. It really looks like it's ready to pop up to 24 plus here. Yields climbing back up though. We can see 10-year 0.44%, 20-year 0.45% currently. Stock slipping a little bit. Slip. Slip. Oh, and there's the pop. Real time. Oh, called it in real time. No gimmicks here, folks. No gimmicks here. Love it. Love it. See, it actually would have been sweet if, like, the Dow popped and I could have sold that, made money, bought more Intel. But that didn't work. HG dropping fast. Back to about almost $3 Canadian. Now up only 2% on the day. Volume started to pick up on the sell side, it looks like. Just had some chunk downs. Last time we went below the moving average, we hung out and then popped up above it and continued to step higher. So curious to see also, now we're back at the psych level of 3 Canadian, so we may have a bounce here now. Don't need nothing but a good time. Oh my God. Watching. Oh. Oh. What the hell? What the heck just happened? I don't know what just happened. I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know. That was weird. It forced me to like reload the page. Hydrograph. Continuing to dip. Now up only 2 cents. Yep. Yeah, might start to see a little pullback here. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, technically we could pull back right here to about 260. It's about a 10% drop. So we'll see. We'll see if it wants to just break down, come back down to earth, hit support, or if, again, we're going to have people just buying up every dip here. Intel. Bum 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 bum. Dude, you're getting an Intel. Boom. Streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Spark 'em if you got 'em. Intel calls to the wall. Yep. 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 Only nothing but a good time. Looking for nothing but a good time. Oh, lordy, lord, lord. Uh, uh, baby, I love you way every day. I'm gonna be with you night and day. Oh, don't call it a comeback. Don't call it a comeback. The Dow is just dismal right now. Of all the symbols in all the world, I chose you. DraftKings on the move. Oh, yeah. Yep, trying to hold three. Trying to hold three. Yep, one step at a time. Oh, my goodness. I know some of you are trying to send a little donation when and where you can. Honestly, I might have to save up and buy myself like a massage chair or something. I won't be sitting here all day. I might have to be vibrating while I do it. Vibrating the pains away. Oh yeah. Let's go. Show me potato salad. Yeah, either I need to replace this chair with a massage chair, or we need to hire me a masseuse. And also, I hate being tall because, believe it or not, you know what I could go for? I could like chill in like a hot bath right now and just kind of lay and soak. But I'm too tall. I don't fit. It's annoying. Thanks, Neo. Appreciate you, brother. One step closer to those good vibrations. Bam, bam, bam. And soon I'll be talking to you guys like this. Hey, I'm looking at this stuff. Yeah, there is a way. There is a way. You need to give me the magic password, though. Looking for the magic password. Fascinated by your stock picks, BBAI, HGRAF so early on, because you always caught on to everything. Yeah, I was just busting you both. I'll give you a link. Hold on. Oh, there you go. Appreciate the support. Please do me a favor. Just when you join, just say hello so we know you're not a bot. Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate that. But yeah, come on in. Well, we appreciate your appreciation. Oh, man. I have a feeling that like 20 minutes before the close, shit's just gonna go haywire. Oil still staying up for reasons unbeknownst to me. I don't get it. Got the good vibration. Alright, check back in on a hydrograph. Oh, a little bounce. Alright, little bounce here. Yeah, what you just said, what? Big Bear, right? Yeah, how's that doing? It's at 6. Yeah, where'd we look at it? Like here, right now. I thought it should break down to here, but we went up first, and we pulled all the way back down to sub 5, so even now you can see like it dropped, right? And then we popped, but we're in like this upward channel, which kind of technically means we should drop back down again. So, again, I'm not bashing this company. I know people, if it's a small company and they're in the AI space, people are very pumped. People are just blindly buying. And I can appreciate that, but also at the same time, it pays off to be patient sometimes. And while it was a good story at, 7 or 6, obviously it'd be even better if you can buy it in the low 5s, in the low 4s. Benny and the Jets. Benny, Benny. Good old Monday. Monday, Monday, Monday. Hydrograph is now red. Yeah, this is why I said it's the only one little negative when you just go up and up and up like that is, as you can see, you could just hit a certain point, all of a sudden you run into that brick wall. We test support, we go below it, right? That triggers some sell-offs. So we know it's a big swinger, but I think it's gonna be good. I think so. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Telling me I have 0 viewers right now. What the hell is going on? This shit is broken. Oh, Scotty does. Gracing us with his presence. Oh, don't call it a comeback. The DraftKings. Intel, how you doing? How you doing? Everybody left. Nobody likes me. Yep. Yep. HGRAF live quote 216. 216. Bum, 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 bam. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, the Discord is popping. Don't make too much noise, though. Somebody might call the fire marshal. Might be close to capacity heat. What time is it? We got a little over an hour. Little over an hour. Anything can happen. We got Zelensky in a meeting. Alright. Back to this. I mean, it's trying to hold 3. I don't know, though. I don't know. This, I don't know. Came out of the gate red hot. Started cooling off about an hour ago. Again, remember, we've seen little pullbacks on this stock before, and it usually has like this U-turn, or even in some cases just that straight V recovery. How long does a stock have to above $3 to not be considered a penny stock? It is it depends on you got to hit a certain market cap threshold. You need a certain number of investors to be holding a certain amount of size, a certain quantity of shares. You need like increasing revenue, increasing business. They have to go back like the last several quarters. I don't remember how many quarters it is, if it's like 4 or 8, I don't remember, but they start to go back over the last quarters, and like I said, if the business is really ramping up and you're beating estimates. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Christmas in August. So yeah, Joe, it's based on, like I said, their growing financials and their market cap and shit. Because penny stock, technically penny stock, I don't remember what the breakpoints are, but penny stock used to be like a company with like less than 700 million market cap or something like that. And then from like that point to like 5 billion market cap is considered small cap. And then from whatever, 5, 10 billion to 25 billion's mid cap, and then above that is large cap. So penny stock technically refers to like a micro cap company. But I've been calling it, penny stocks, but technically it's a pink sheet OTC stock. But again, that's only because I'm here in the States, so I found the OTC stock, but we also have it listed here on the Canadian. Quant thinking SoFi at 30, while I'm thinking 15. Hey, I know one thing. One of you is going to be right. That's all I know. We're going to wake up one day, and one of yous are going to be correct. How tall are you, dude? Soaking in the tub's difficult, 6 foot. Yeah, I'm like 6'3", bro. I'm like 6'3". And these tubs are made for people who are like 4'11". So, you can never really get comfortable in that. Sold SoFi after the jump. Hey, can't go broke taking profits. Yep. Good old Hydrograph. It's fighting. It's fighting. You can see it's trying to step back up and curl a little bit. You can see the moving average trying to reverse. I don't know. I'm curious. I'm curious to see. Are we just going to immediately chunk up like going into the close? Or are we going to hang out and potentially go down again tomorrow? Only time will tell. Yeah, so certain things, again, like the share price, right? Like when HGRAF started moving, like someone asked about like a reverse stock split. And again, that's listed on the OTC. It's listed on the pink sheets, right? So they don't have like the minimum share price requirement and stuff like the NASDAQ does. So it's more about the market cap. Like I said, we can Google it. We can bring up the like the requirements to get listed onto the New York or whatever. Because I think they're gonna get listed on the New York. They were saying in 2026. But yeah, it's like they look at your financials. They look at your biggest investors. And it's basically kind of like the same rundown from every step up, really. You know? I mean, if Hydrograph meets the requirements now to get listed on another exchange, like I said, it depends on them, their market cap, the shares, who's holding them, what the business is looking like. And then, right, just like we heard recently, some company like Palantir, right, when they got moved on to the S&P. Same thing. In order for them to add you to the index, and in order for your stock to get removed off the index, they look at previous financials, earnings history, right? Your change in market cap. So that's why really whether you're going like up a step or two or you're getting demoted a step or two, that's really what it comes down to. And of course, the share price really only comes in if we're talking about a potential reverse stock split, right? So we can double check again, but I think like the minimum requirement on the New York is like 3 a share, and the NASDAQ is $1 a share. And that's why you'll see if when we were watching like a lot of these like battery stocks and shit as they were approaching the $1 level, that's when you have to be alert and look out for that reverse stock split, right? We just saw that with STEM, right? They just beat earnings back to back and they rose a little bit, but they broke that key level. They couldn't get back above it organically, so we have to reverse stock split. Oh, you missed it by 16 cents. Oh, guys, can you call the ambulance for this guy? Make sure to like the stream, thumbs up. Thank you, algorithm, algorithm, algorithm. Oh, the S&P is green while no one's paying attention. DraftKings, here we go. Yeah, no, again, it's market cap, it's not share price, right? Because the value of the stock or the company as a whole is share amount times share price, which gives you the market cap, which is what they look for. That's why, again, we spoke about this last week. I know some people, were kind of misled with this, but, they look at a stock like Chipotle that's 3,000 a share, and then you can come over here and look at a stock like, Hershey or something like 180 a share, and you can say, wow, the Chipotle is 15 times more expensive, 15 times bigger than Hershey. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't work that way. The size of the company is share amount times share price. And that's why when they talk about, oh, this is now a penny stock, oh, this is now a small cap, it's the value, the change in value of the market cap overall. That's why the market cap's a big deal. And of course, the share price affects the market cap, right? Because it's that times the number of shares, which is why when shares get overextended and start to fly too high, you technically should be cautious. And that's why I still say something like Palantir, perfect example. Is the company growing nice? Yeah. Are they beating earnings and growing nicely? Yeah, absolutely. I'm not denying it. Right? But they're, set to bring in $3 billion this year. And they have a $400 billion market cap. It's insane. And that's why I still say, will the high flyers keep going as long as the market doesn't crash? Yeah, technically. But also at the same time, while the market's raging, you also, in my opinion, want to try not to lock yourself into anything near highs, right? So that's why, again, while the markets are consistently climbing and just going up and going up and going up, I'm trying to, again, trying to look kind of where no one else is looking. Try to like lift the rug and look under there, see what's tucked away under the couch or something that somebody forgot about, and try to take a position now to where it's undervalued, to where even if we don't have a big correction or anything like that, eventually, as we say, the ebb and the flow of the money inflow and outflow, it'll eventually rebound and climb back up. Just like something like Goodyear Tire, right? Perfect example. Saw it at 8. We thought it was undervalued. Started to climb going into earnings, right? They shut down a plant somewhere to save money. Then the next thing you knew, the stock was at $11.50, $12 a share, right? And boom, just like that, all of a sudden, because you found a brand name company at a beaten up discounted price, you know, now you're up 40%, 50%, whatever. So that's why I know people are very excited about the Palantirs of the world. And if I was young and I took a shot, you know, and everyone was telling me, oh, this company's going to be huge, and then it actually becomes huge and works out, yeah, of course. I mean, you know, I don't blame everybody. I'd be pumped also. But like we say, we have to be realistic when doing our valuations and our analysis. And also, again, if the markets are near highs, might be a good idea to not just pile into stocks at highs as well. S&P green, NASDAQ down only a point now. What happened here? Some meeting. All right, we begin the meeting. Leaders from Europe. Okay, very good. Number of shares totally overlooked by a lot of people. Yes. Yes, that is 100% true. That's 100% true. And again, perfect example. You know, I got caught with my pants down, if you will, with shit, what was it? RMTI, because I didn't take the extra second to check out the shares outstanding and if we were growing under the diluted column. And if you go and look at that stock, you can see it has been kind of steadily increasing quarter over quarter. And I was focusing more on the revenue. And then, of course, we had the big dip. More shares were issued. So that's why, you know, again, I think I did the video at like $2 and the thing dropped down to like 90 cents, right? So that technically was a bad entry. But also at the same time, it was kind of near that long-term bottom support area also. So, you know, like we say, you know, you buy some at $2, and if you're dead wrong and it drops to $1, then you can buy more at $1 and try to bring the cost down. But we also heard that they got that multi-year partnership, right? And it popped back up to like $1.40. So that's why, that's another perfect example right there, just talking about overlooking share amount. Because definitely could have, I should have seen that. And I definitely could have waited a little bit. And anyone who jumped in could have got a little bit of a better price. But overall, I still think it's good. RMTI, again, they're portable, like diagnostic machines or something, like portable screening. Yeah, well, NVIDIA, like I said, everyone and their mother now is invested into NVIDIA. And I mean literally everyone. Every average investor owns NVIDIA. They own ETFs connected to NVIDIA. They own the 2X, the 3X Bull Daily ETFs connected to NVIDIA. They own every mutual fund with NVIDIA. You have every mutual fund and hedge fund now has a position in NVIDIA. I mean, again, that's why all we have to do is bring the value of NVIDIA back down to reality, and you're going to see a fast correction real quick. DraftKings moving, showing some life here. Here we go. We're on the move. How you doing? Some big green candles. Don't call it a comeback. That's what I mean. If we know the companies that are doing decent in the numbers, then we wait for the dip. We let them take it out of the spotlight. We start to build our position, wait for the rebound. We get the rebound, we're looking at that green, and then we secure our profits. Bada bing, bada boom. Like taking candy from a baby. Up, see, we spiked up prematurely, flattened out, and now we're beginning to curl back down. I told you, I may have been early. They may have tried to manipulate it and make me look bad, but I know what I know. DraftKings almost back at 46. On the move. That is very annoying. Literally from nowhere. Here I go again on my own. And like a drifter, I was born to walk alone. DraftKings, how you doing? S&P and NASDAQ fighting to go green, down just a fraction of a point now. Oh yeah, getting a little afternoon pump here. Oh yeah, we're both green now. Here we go. We're on the move. Fubo! Fubo! Ye have little faith. Fubo! Yeah. Yeah. Intel? Yeah. Alright. Just gonna remain flat until we get some massive announcement. God, he does. Sending out those massage chair links. I appreciate it. Yeah, doctor said I need a backiotomy. So I don't know. You think UNH will hit? Don't ask me about UNH. Disgusting. Stock should be sub 200 in my opinion. Instead, this freaking guy Buffett comes out of left field, decides to prop up the stock. I'm convinced that was a favor. I'm convinced that was done as a favor. Requested on a private phone call. Yep. Yep. Show me something. People for the flavor of the Fuji. Dollar's still hanging out. SMCI breakout. Sold mine 313. Yeah, man. Like I said, honestly, that Buffett news and that bump was literally the most unbelievably blessed, perfect timing and the best thing that those shareholders could have asked for. Because in my opinion, still, I wouldn't have touched it. I still won't touch it. But that's just my opinion. And again, he said that. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why he took that position. Again, I'm not per every single child to be reunited with their families. We love peace. DraftKings above 46 now, back up 2.5%. We love peace. We do it for the keys. We do it for the keys. Beautiful curl up here. Big spike above the trend line. Look at that. Barely retested. Stayed above it since before 11 a.m. Tightening taking place. We might be ready to go here. SMCI. Again, we were talking about straddling SMCI earlier. Might be some money to be made here, ladies and germs. NASDAQ up 8.5 points. Yields look like they're trying to drop back down. DraftKings, don't call it a comeback. Don't call it a comeback. Oil now almost down 1%. Here we go. Yo, here's the scenario. Oh, look at that tightening. Getting tight. Tight. How you doing? Hey, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Like I said, I'm sitting here. I'm going to tell you the truth, honestly. Been up since yesterday. Did not sleep. Did not sleep at all. You guys heard how groggy and slow I was at the open. Chugged about 30 ounces of coffee. And I'm sitting here still picking winners. Still picking winners. Like I said, the only thing that's really not working out was the calls on the Dow. Right after I called them early in the morning in the Discord, though, they were up like 15, almost 20%, like right away. And then the Dow reversed and went back red. And it's just kind of been hanging out since. But as we see, like we know, stocks only go up. So you got to grab those calls. Chalamefe. Twin Brother Darkness. See how we're looking here. Oh, HGRAF at 207. Hold on. Oh. It's funny. It looks like such a massive drop. Stock's only down 4%. Na, 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 dee, na, 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 na. Na, 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 dee, na, 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 na. Come on, Hydrograph. What are these people talking about, bro? Ugh. And we drop. DraftKings staying up. How's that Intel looking? Intel, no. Come back. Well, honestly, what, last week we got the announcement, it was like 15 minutes before the close, so that's why, I don't know. I have a feeling something might be coming in the next 40 minutes. Or honestly, worst case scenario, we might get an announcement and an update like tomorrow or Wednesday, but either way, I do still like Intel shares. I like Intel calls. I like it a lot. Yeah, starting to get hungry. Man down. Man down. Oh, baby. Hydrograph threw on that Snoop Dogg track. It's out there dropping it like it's hot right now. Oh, yep, yep. And a free falling. Welcome everybody to the stream. If you have not yet, hit the like button, thumbs up. Thank you, algorithm. Thank you, thank you. HGRAF, 8% in the red. Good. I'm hungry. It's looking like not too much of heavy volume coming out of it, honestly. Now, ice cream, I want some. Uh, 1 minute. I'm gonna stretch my legs. I'll be back. And okay, off mute. Got about 30 minutes to go. Starting to see a V. Came down to 268. There's the bounce, 268. So that's why, again, people saw that, and you might have had some dip buys come in at like sub 275 if we had limit orders put in. I thought it was really going to bounce at 3, but it wanted to break. But you can see even like the volume that came in right at the open and over here on this climb here, early 10 o'clock, you can see that it's not that much volume leaving in the last hour or so. You know what I mean? So that's why I was saying, I was calling out the dips. I was saying we're technically dipping on light volume. Hmm. F King, how you doing? Hi, Intel. Yeah, pause for a little bit. I don't really. Yeah, it kind of does look like they want to go higher. We might go higher. Hmm. Hmm. Show me potato salad. You have not already, do me a favor, like the stream, thumbs up, thank you, thank you. Algorithm, algorithm. We love the algorithm. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Now, looks like some potential tightening. No. I don't want to get too excited. Stock's climbing, Dow up less than, Dow down, excuse me, less than 27 points now. And is anyone awaiting any big earnings today after the close? Because if not, I may wrap it up like just a few minutes after 4. But if we got earnings coming out, maybe I'll hang out for a little bit. I don't know. I don't know. How long we doing? Up to 5.5 hours already. Oh, and I'm on no sleep. Right? I was here all day with you guys. No sleep. I'm too damn good at what I do. I'm too damn good at what I do. Trying to see a little recovery. I mean, that trend line's only like 130 points away. Hmm. Hmm. Dollar's actually down a little bit from where it was. Yields seem to have went back up though. We were slightly sub 0.3%. Now the 10-year sitting just at about 0.4% up. Yeah, so we're seeing little bumps and drops. I don't know. We got just about 20 minutes to go before the close. We may end red. Let's see what happens. La-dee-da-dee-da. If you are just joining us, like the stream, please. Thumbs up. Thank you. Algorithm. Thank you. Thank you. DraftKings holding steady. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bada bing, bada bada boom. Boom, boom. HGRAF live code 206. Let's check out Hamilton Insurance. Down a little bit today. Maintained equal weight. Morgan price target raised to 23 from 21. HG again. Insurance. Slow and steady wins the race. Yep. HG, don't call it a comeback. Check out the volume again. We can see, look at that, 8.6 million shares traded hands today. Average volume, again, has exploded over the last couple of weeks, but still 5.75 million shares. We traded over 8.5 million so far, and we can check Hydrograph here on the OTC. Hit 270 today. Again, originally brought to you on this channel at like 10 cents. Volume 9.1 million. Basically, more than 2x, right? 4.5 million shares. We're at 9.1 million, and this figure is delayed by 15 minutes. So, a lot of volume in and out of HGRAF. A lot of people may have been nervous on, some trend line breaks or whatever. But we did go on quite a run. So either we're gonna get an Intel surprise after hours, or maybe it's gonna take a day or two, maybe. All-time high in likes. We're at 35. Yeah, I think that might be. Yeah, I think it might have hit like 31 or 33 maybe before this. But yeah, we're at 35 likes. I believe that is new all-time high for the channel. Shout out Dubs in the chat. Any good buying opportunities right now? Well, you can buy Hydrograph on this dip. I think a good buying opportunity is Intel. Intel. Bum 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 bum. Intel calls and shares. Intel calls and shares. Intel calls and shares. Intel calls and shares. Down, now, down 5 points. What I say? What I say? They wait. They wait. What is it? Oh, 15 minutes to go. All right. Bye, 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 bye. Freaking vultures. Vultures out here. Oh, that's beautiful. That's good for me. That's good for me right now. And we still got like 10, 12 minutes. What the hell did I pay for this thing? HGRAF sub $2 right now, $1.98. Oh man, if they can really pump this down and I can like get out, that'd be pretty sweet. That would be pretty sweet. Not gonna lie. Oh, HG. Back down. Bringing it down a notch. Bringing it down. Oh, baby. HG seeing a sell-off. Markets seeing a run-up. I like Intel calls and shares. Do-da, do-da. Oof. Oof. $36 likes. How you doing? Let's try to hit 40. Might not get off till we get 40 likes. Da-dee-da-dee-da. Boom, 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 boom. If you're just joining us, please do me a favor real quick. Like the stream, thumbs up. Thank you, thank you. Algorithm. Algorithm. We must make the algorithm happy. Little drop here, little drop. Little drop here. Could technically break lower again, believe it or not. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Less than 10 minutes. It all comes down to the final stretch. We go up, so we can go back down. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Interesting. Well, we are flat. Market's fighting, trying to close green. Let's see if they have enough oomph to do it. Yeah, here we go. We're on the move now. Up, up. Here we go. Check out the dollar. Dollar. Yeah, we might want to pull back a little bit. Pull that dollar back a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Starting tomorrow, I might have to like close Discord or something. Just seeing that constantly blink is driving me wild. Because it blinks on every message, and of course, these people do not shut up. S&P Nasdaq green. Green. No. Green. No. If you are just joining us, do me a quick favor and like the stream. Thumbs up. Thank you. Algorithm. The Dow storming back with a massive green candle here. All in the last few minutes. HGRAF sub 190. Pump it. Pump it louder. Pump it louder. No, you're going the wrong way. Checking on our good friend Hydrograph. Oh, we are sinking. Down 12.5%. My goodness. Still very tight. Yeah, I had a feeling we were going to pull back, but I don't know. It still looks pretty strong, man. It thing came out of the gate running, popped up 2-3 times, man. Hit highs 360, 370 Canadian. Thing's a freaking animal. And 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Oh. Oh. I love how I have a call on the Dow. It's the only index that's not green. Love it. Love it. Oh, yeah. I still have a feeling Intel news is coming. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Ooh, if you're just joining us, do me a quick favor, like the stream, thumbs up, thank you, algorithm, it's all about the algorithm, baby. Bang, bang. Mm, mm, mm. Not cool, man. Not cool. Dipping into the close. And we are closed. HGRAF about $1.80 on the close. HG closed down over 17.5%. Lows of the day 243 after running up to new all-time highs of 372. A lot of action. Yeah, I'm gonna go pass out, I think. Oh, man. Wow, big pump. And then the big dump. Baby. Like the stream before you leave, please. Is there any earnings that we should be watching here? Handful of names. We got Palo Alto, Blink, XP. Well, it says XP is the latest at 420. Shout out. Blink now, Palo Alto in a few minutes. Oh yeah, I'm doing well. We're doing well. Just hanging out. Blink charging at $1. Oh yeah, and they told me I was crazy back here. They told me I was crazy back here. $1 down 9% after hours currently. Big drop. Let's see if we get those numbers soon. Palo Alto Networks. Waiting results. Stock pretty much flat. Then we got XP coming out after that. XP hanging out. Damn. And you're looking for what? 832? $832. I don't see that. Yep, keyboard. Brazil. Oh, Nicky Snipes, they call him. Nicky Snipes. Here we go. Loss of 26 cents a share. Estimates were 18. Gross profit 2.1 mil. Second quarter revenue 28.7 million. Estimates were 22 million. Adjusted EBITDA loss 24.5 million. Estimates were a loss of about 10 million. So massive miss on the EPS. Yeah, see, they posted 28.7 on 22. Still too much bleeding. This time last year, 33.25 mil. Right? So now we're bringing in less revenue with a wider loss. So there was a reason why I never personally liked Blink. Again, a lot of those EV stocks, I was saying the whole time, they pumped them with the stimulus money. You know, kids got excited. They thought all EV stocks would explode. People got locked in. They were left holding the bag, and these stocks just slowly dropped and took away all that value. Palo Alto is seeing a pop right now. Remaining performance obligation grew 24% year over year. Stock is up almost 5% now, approaching $185 a share. I believe they were looking for 88 cents. And we can see here, EPS comes in 95 cents. Cleared about $250 million. Q4 rev 254 billion. 254 billion. Coming in with adjusted EPS of 95 cents or whatever. So slight beat on the revenue side, slight beat on the EPS side. Yeah, we're going to be on the up and up. Again, this was one of Nancy Pelosi's favorite, if memory serves correct. Good old Palo Alto Networks, PANW, seeing about a 5.5% pop now after hours, back above 186. Yeah, you could easily see that gap fill. Yeah, 186. Might pause at the 187 fib and then probably go up to there. 192, 193 in my opinion. And let's check XP real quick. Sees fiscal year revenue 10.47 billion to 10.5. Let me see something here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's over 25% increase year over year revenue growth. Amazing. We have XP results. We're still chilling. Does anybody care? Nobody cares. Everybody left the stream. I'm talking to myself. Oh, you bastards. Oh, God. Alright, we just hit the 6-hour mark. I'm on no sleep, so I'm going to call it a day there. But I want to thank you all for hanging out, showing your support, popping in and out, you know. And hopefully anything we spoke about today will work out tomorrow, or at least over the next couple of days. Yeah, anytime, Killian. See you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.